and his partner Colin West is wearing a dark headband, and they are in dark tops and bottoms. And Colin is on the right-hand side of the court. Adam is on the left-hand side of the court. Clinton Liu is on the left-hand side of the court with the white shorts, and his partner Jamie Haycox is on the right-hand side of the court with the white shorts.
Good long first point.
Good long first point to get us going into this match. And Rob, you said this is a potentially entertaining match here. Tell me what you were looking for in this match.
Well, they actually played recently at the Briggs Cup in the semifinals, and Colin West and Adam Bues won. But Haycox and Liu have had a very, very good season. They won a tournament at Wilmington. They've gotten consistently to semifinals and quarterfinals. Again, they got to the semis of the Briggs Cup with a couple of very good wins that way. And they've never beaten Bues and West, but they have come close several times. And so this could be a possible breakthrough for them.
So, an important match for Clinton Liu and Jamie Haycox in terms of moving up the old ranking ladder. Adam Bues, who is on the left-hand side of the court with the dark shorts on, is a former head pro here at the Heights Casino. And he right now is a pro in Minnesota, and he's the head pro there. He is the current national doubles champion, U.S. national doubles champion with Jim Bamber, who's playing with Jamie Stout. And he also won the most improved SDA player 3 years ago, or now it's almost 4 years ago, in 2019. Colin West, his partner, went to Harvard, class of 2010. He won the intercollegiate title over Todd Harity in singles. He won the Skillman Award, college squash's most prestigious male award. He also won the 2019 Pittsburgh Challenger event with John Roberts. And he and Adam have been partners for a little while now and have been playing very well together. Clinton Liu is from South Africa. He made it all the way up to number 79 in singles on the PSA Tour. He is currently the head pro at NYAC, the New York Athletic Club, here in New York. He won the Diamond State Open in Delaware in December with his current partner, Jamie Haycox. So they have a recent tournament win under their belts. And Jamie, and by the way, he's ranked number 14 right now. Clinton is number 14 in the SDA. His partner, Jamie Haycox, is ranked number 12, and he actually made it all the way up to number 50 in the world in singles on the PSA Tour. He won 5 PSA events, and he was also the racquetball champion in England in 2013. Racquetball in England is actually much closer to squash than American racquetball is. It's played on a squash court with racquetball rackets, but a ball that's a cross between a softball, singles ball, and a racquetball, American racquetball. It's a fun game, very similar in strategy to softball squash. And so everyone on this court has serious bona fides.
That's for sure. And they are feeling each other out a little bit in these first couple of points. Both Clinton and Jamie's SDA rankings are the highest they've ever been. And they definitely are a team that's been on the move throughout this season. They've had a very good season, actually.
Well, last night they beat Jeff Osborne and Matt Jensen in a very entertaining 5-game match. They won. They lost the first game quickly. Oh, sorry, that's Adam Bues and Colin West, right, who lost to them. They lost a game pretty decisively. Then they won the next 2. Then they lost, having had a couple match points in the 4th game, and then they put the match away 15-10 in the 5th.
Oh, from 10-all, though. That match was close till the very end.
And then they finally proved their seeding in that. And where I was starting to go in terms of Clinton Liu and Jamie Haycox, they beat Travis Judson and Josh Hughes last night in a very entertaining 4-game match, which Hughes and Judson won the first game 15-14. The second game was actually 15-13, made it 1-all. And the third game, very similarly, was very nip and tuck. And then Clinton and Jamie took it 15-11, and the fourth game was a little less close,
15-8.
although it was close for a while in that fourth game, and then it was 15-8. So both of these guys are coming off wins. One a 5-game match, which was a little bit of a surprise to them, and the other a 4-game match where they played. And last night, Clinton's shot making was incredible.
He's a good shooter for sure. In the match that Bues and West won against Jeff Osborne and Matt Jensen, they actually had triple match point in the fourth game.
Yep.
And lost that.
And lost it.
And then we're 10-all in the fifth. They had a more strenuous round of 16 than Haycox and Clinton Liu did. And it'll be interesting to see if that is any kind of a factor in today's play.
Although one slight counteract to that is that Clinton and Jamie were the last match on last night, and we actually finished not super late, but past 10 o'clock, and they're the first match on today. So last match to first match hardly seems fair. Now, I know you guys are just seeing feet at the moment, but we will change the view back in a second.
There we go.
There we go.
Nobody looks like they're showing any ill effects from how strenuous a match last night's was, at least in this early going. They're all moving very, very well.
Yep, they're moving well, and the points have been fairly long. And now it looks like we've got
hand out 5-6.
We had our first between points conversation here between Bues and West. I was a little concerned. And they had a very slow start in last night's match, but they got blitzed by Osborne and Jensen.
There's a between the legs shot. Rob, you were pointing those out yesterday.
Not up. 6-all.
So the score is correct on your screens at the moment. The score is 6-all here. Tight early going. Teams are clearly still feeling each other out a little bit, even though they have played a few times, so they are familiar with each other.
Good defense by Haycox. He had a couple of really hard shots at Adam and had fended them off beautifully.
Now, yesterday we saw Travis and Josh Hughes really play the ball a lot to Jamie Haycox throughout the match. That seemed to be part of their strategy. Will that be a similar strategy for Bues and West here?
I don't necessarily think so.
Clinton right.
Jamie's played so well. As you said, Clinton had a tremendous shooting night last night, so that might have been part of why they did that. But for the most part, they're pretty even in terms of the attention they receive. They're both colleagues at the New York Athletic Club. Jamie's a pro there as well. So they have more of a chance to play together and practice with each other than is true in most of the doubles combinations. I mean, Adam Bues is in Minnesota and Colin West is in Toronto. So they never see each other between tournaments. Whereas, I mean, I've seen Jamie and Clinton have sessions on the doubles court at the New York AC before their tournaments, and it definitely carries over.
Well, that's probably one of the reasons why they're on a kind of a hot roll right now.
Yep. And this is their first year to get. This is the first full season that Jamie's been at the New York Athletic Club, and this is their first year as partners. And you're absolutely right; it has definitely contributed to the success they've had.
The other thing that they do a lot, you see it in basketball all the time when somebody misses a shot or makes a shot. They always touch fists or they do something. And In squash doubles, you don't see that a ton, but Clinton and Jamie do it quite a bit.
They
And
absolutely
particularly when
do.
somebody makes an
8-7.
error, they're looking for the affirmation from their partner that, no big deal, let's get it back.
Right. No, they did that they did that a lot. We're back. They did that a lot in the Wilmington tournament, the Diamond State Open. They had a good decisive
8-all.
final against Clive Leach
They're doing it again.
and Ricardo Lopez. But in the semis, they were down two games to love against Kelly Shannon and Dave Letourneau, and they really kind of supported each other back into that match, and they actually won the fifth game 15-5 and carried that into the final. So their mutual support system has definitely been a benefit for them this season. And you're right, they do that more than most teams. Absolutely.
Oh. What's the call going to be?
8-9, left side.
Playing
They
lat.
called the stroke, didn't they?
No, I think it's lat. 8-9.
Ooh, down. Hello is down. Down. 2 downs, 9-all.
All right, we're just past the midpoint stage here, and we are still very close, Rob.
Yep. Oh, good shot.
That's a
Callas.
nice overhead by.
That's the same shot he's hit at a couple of
10-9.
crucial points last night.
Yep. Oh, wow, what a get.
Yeah, good recovery there.
After a whiff. That's a brilliant shot right down the middle. He's
Said it
hoping
was
for a
past him.
lap, but he's really
11-9.
not near it. That's yeah, I can see why
11-9.
he would be claiming it, but the ball was really he wasn't going to be touching that ball.
Right. The key to that was that Bues got up so quickly for that 3-wall. He got up there quickly enough to have great leverage on his swing.
Oh, that's another great shot by
by
Clinton
Clinton.
Liu. Nice response to a
And
reverse
a fist
corner.
bump.
Hand out, 10-11.
Good game. Clinton's very fast to the front and gets there early enough that he can often hit counter shots just like the one he just hit.
Oh, wow.
There's another one.
Great shot.
11-all.
His short game has been the biggest area of his improvement from last year to this. West again.
That's an unbelievable
Great
shot
shot.
by Colin West.
Overhead backhand into the front left nick.
Right side,
It's almost,
11-12.
he's elevating
side.
as he hits it. Look at
Right
that.
side.
He's
That's
in the
a great
air.
swing. Boy, that's a great shot.
Some pretty spectacular shot making
Yep.
on a few points here by both teams. He was looking to smack it down the middle
Well,
again,
well,
but
left.
caught the top of the tin and
Clinton,
almost sent it out of court off the tin.
But he was early on that one also. He's
Yes, he
definitely
was.
seeing that 3-wall very well. But you're right. He may have even overrun that a little bit.
It's interesting because Jamie did not hit, as far as I can recall, almost a single 3-wall in
Last
all
night.
of last night's match.
Is that right? He's definitely hitting it today.
Another one.
Yep.
Stop.
That's one. He's hitting them well, too.
Yep. Give Bues credit, though. He saw that
13-12.
one, too. It's
He
just
did.
that
Yep.
it's just that it
too well
rolled
hit.
out.
Yeah. No, he's got a good stretch to the front left.
That's a nice shot by Colin.
Yep.
Good pace there. Yesterday's match, we talked a lot about that Jamie was really pounding the ball consistently, and he's really playing very differently in this match than he did last night.
Ooh.
Slut. 13-12.
Good call.
The score is, it's actually 13-12 right now, not 12-all as it shows on your screen. It's 13-12.
Yes, slut.
Jamie
13-12.
thinks it might have been past it, but it wasn't. Good call.
Ooh.
Nothing let.
Yeah, he hit
Slap,
Colin on the
13-12.
backswing there.
Oh, okay.
Colin didn't react at all, but it was a racket to the shin, I think.
He got hit a couple of times yesterday, so he's
With no reaction on any of them. I mean, it's like the guy's impervious to pain.
Yeah. They're definitely going to Bues. They're staying away from Colin for the most part. Oh, good recovery.
It's a great get.
Philly. He likes to do that when he's up front and has room. Oh, good shot again. That's a very tight little angle to poke a forehand drop shot when you're that close to the left wall. Great control by Clinton.
He sort of
14-12. Game
almost puts Bues into the sidewall himself.
Yep.
Bues managed to escape, but the shot was too good. So we've got game balls now. It's 14-12.
And I think that's it.
That's the first
15-12,
game for
first
Leo
game,
and
Leo
Haycox.
Haycox.
I
Two
think
minutes.
that Adam might have been expecting him to go short on that, and when he instead buzzed it down that left wall, he wasn't able
Yep.
to react.
He looked like he was looking for either a reverse or a three-wall maybe.
Who's supposed to be here?
So that's I guess we would call them the challenger team here, since Bues and West are the number 3-4 seeds. But they've surprised us a little bit and taken us in the first game. We saw it last night. Clinton has some remarkable shot making, and it's interesting to see how differently Jamie is playing than he did last night. Last night he was really about pounding the ball hard and straight, hard and straight, hard and straight
down the right wall.
down the right wall. And here he's hitting three walls and he's lobbing, and they clearly have a very different game plan for today than they did last night.
Wow, well he's maybe he just has a good feel for the three wall today, because he's hit a couple and that could build your confidence in that shot also.
For sure.
But he's also hit one Philadelphia when he was up there.
Yeah,
he's
done
very well. The main thing is that they neither Bues nor West has been able to in any way do any damage to Liu.
Yeah,
he's held up with everything. He's hit some countering winners off it. He's gotten everything that's been hit. He had a terrific first game.
And that's last night. That was why Judson and Hughes wound up playing it really away from Clinton throughout much of the match. They were scared of him because almost every time he got a loose ball, he was putting it away. So they were really pounding the ball off over to Jamie, and Jamie was just pounding it back, and it didn't necessarily look like the smartest strategy, but at the end of each game, Jamie came up with a couple of critical shots that actually won the game. So he was very steady, and then finally near the end of the last two games in particular, he actually ended the last two games with some winners. So we'll see how they adjust here to Clinton's great shot making. Both Jamie and Clinton played that game very well. I don't think Bues and West play badly, but
No, but they need some more winners out of Colin West. I think he did hit a couple of spectacular volleys, but only those couple. And I'm not sure if Bues is going to be able to hit winners against these guys. I think it has to be Colin. They did lose the first game last night.
yep,
Badly. And they came badly, and they came right out of the shoot in the second game and took a big lead right away. So it'll be interesting to see if they can repeat that, because they were outplayed. They were probably outplayed a little more than the 15-12 score.
Yes, I agree with you here. And we'll remember the opening point of the second game. Adam went for a reverse corner off the return of serve and made it and won, and that's what just got them going. So
yeah, absolutely. It'll be interesting to see if he gets a chance to do that on this serve.
We'll see what happens here as we get going.
I'm not sure if Haycox and Clinton saw that last night, but he might be tempted to try something aggressive right away. I still think that, again, last night's match was emotionally a tough match also for them, not just physically. That was a 2-hour match.
Yeah, it was a 2
And I understand it was played
2 hours.
before Clinton and Jamie, but I remember thinking that's a tough match to come back and play great the next day from.
Yeah, they were.
Guys,
it was late.
It's 2 minutes between games.
Okay, let's see what happens here.
2.
Looks like
That's
Susie
Susie
taking over.
Pierpont.
Yeah.
Who's taking over the refereeing, it sounds like, and she was making a point that these guys took too long between the games. They
Wow,
want to get the games going here.
It was too good a serve for Adam to try anything on the return, so that went just into a regular point.
Let's see if he looks to do something aggressive early on.
I think Clinton had a missing winner there.
1 love.
It didn't look like.
Fault.
Nice shot. Wow.
Haycox had an open right wall there for he
Really
got
open
down
right
there.
wall. I was thinking the exact same thing.
Right.
It was an interesting
Slide
choice to
out,
go for a
Monroe.
3 wall
I
there.
think that was a wrong decision, not just because they lost the point, but because he really had a chance. I mean, Colin is incredibly quick getting over there, but that was enough room that I think Jamie should have tried to rifle it down the wall.
That's an unbelievable return
1,
serve.
2.
And Adam's been seeing that 3 wall too, just to go back to that point for a second.
That's right.
It's flat. 1, 2.
Oh, he missed it. Top of
Side
the
out.
10.
3-1.
Partly because Clinton's so fast that you've got to really cut that sharply if you're going to hit a winner off it.
I think Clinton is definitely in Adam's head a little bit here.
Good save by Adam there.
Yep. But look at that shot. Little roll corner.
4-1.
No, Colin was not expecting that.
2.
That's a
Well,
great
good
serve.
Right on the wall. Great shot by Clinton.
Adam is,
5-1.
in contrast to yesterday's second game where he really came off guns blazing here, he's not, it's not going for him right at the moment.
Nope. He almost had trouble with that one too.
Yep.
1.
They've got the middle covered. They really have looked for it and been ready when they've hit it.
Except for that first winner.
Right.
After that first winner that Bues hit, they've looked and they learned from it.
Five, 2, Clinton left.
You're right, that was a fist bump after a tin.
Yep.
And you're right, they've supported each other well. They're playing really well together. And Clinton hit another short left winner. You're right about his racket. I mean, this is carried over from last night.
6,
Yep.
2.
He's in a little bit of a cold spell here.
Ooh, look at that.
And part of it's his feet, Rob, it seems to me. He's not moving as quickly as he did last night. And some of these racket errors are really almost footwork errors, it seems to me.
7-2.
He's not getting around. So he's sort of like poking at the ball a little bit.
You know, he's just catching his breath a little bit too. He doesn't have his energy like that. And they're definitely aware of that and going to him.
It's lap. 7, 2, left side.
That's about the 5th time that Bues has tried to go down the middle there, and it worked the very first time and has not worked since.
That's right.
That's a great shot by Colin.
Good shot. But he's not been able to have much of an influence on this match so far.
No, well,
Side
I
out,
mean, this
3-7.
game has started off with them really focusing on the play more to Bues than to West.
Right.
And that's only going to reinforce it. When he finally got a ball, he had a really good shot and a winner off of it.
Right.
So if you're...
They need more winners. They need to have Collins, one way or another, get more into the action than he's been allowed to get so far.
Yep. It's a nice lob.
Yep.
It's
Felt like
another good lob.
Four, 7.
tin that one.
Yep.
It looked like he changed his mind on the swing late, didn't it?
Yeah, it was an anticlimactic end to that point, which had been shaping up to be potentially something special there.
Another winner from Clinton. Looked like a tight reverse.
Yep.
4, 8.
Clinton and Jamie are playing very well as a team right now. They're covering for each other. They're reinforcing each other. They've got a strategy, it looks like, and they're executing on it pretty well. That's part of the strategy, is lobbing that ball deep to Adams'
and they've done
corner.
it beautifully, even with that low beam.
Yep.
Which is not easy to do. They haven't caught the beam once yet during the point.
That's a lot Jamie who's doing that, hitting that ball too. He's hitting it beautifully.
Side out, 9, 4.
Wow, they are rolling right now.
So it seems to me that Adams' legs are heavy, and that's one of the things that, as a match goes on, that can suddenly wake up. But they're going to be in trouble if they're down 2-0, because that's going to mean if they were to come back, it'd be
9-5.
another really long, emotionally taxing match. It would be really good if they could get their teeth into the second game.
Whether they win it or not, at least make it closer.
That shot.
A couple of good gets by Westerly at this point too.
gosh, I'm really admiring the way Jamie's playing right now. They've clearly got a game plan, and he's really executing it. I mean, look at that. That's just a great shot high up there.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Good shot there.
Well,
Good shot there.
that was the first time that Jamie sort of decided to hit a few hard to Adam, and that was what Adam has been waiting for. He's like, thank you.
That's right. That's right. West several times last night hit winners from the back wall, drop shots. He hasn't even tried that yet because I think he's
he hit it to what would be Clinton's side of the court.
Right, and he doesn't want to do that. But that takes away a weapon from them because that was worth several important points last night.
Huge. But that's clearly the fear of Clinton's speed, and not just his speed, but his shot making once he gets up there.
That's right. In fact, early in this match, he hit a cross drop on one of those shots, and Colin was way back on it.
Another one.
Down the middle again.
6-9.
Well, it was 9-4,
Yep.
so 6-9 is a little bit better than 9-4, but that's a nice shot.
Yep, that's two winners he's hit now
Okay.
in front of Haycox.
And look at his footwork
7-9.
here.
Much better.
Footwork's right around,
Yep,
good
much better.
position.
Yeah, he turned his feet well and
Yep.
set up. He got good balance on that. So they've crawled into this game a little bit.
Good slap. 7-9.
What a good lob. What a great lob.
Back wall. Good shot by Clinton. There were a lot of different options, and he chose the right one.
Options, and they didn't know where he was going to go. And I'm not sure
7-10.
Clinton even decided till the last second, but it was the right shot.
Right, and to hit a winner on a roll corner against West, you've got to really hit it well.
Yep. No
And
question.
have him worried about deep stuff because he's so fast to the front. Well, that's a tough play by West, by Bues. Tough overhead.
That's a good point. This is a potentially big point here, especially for Bues and West. Oh, good reflex.
Good defense, yep.
Oh, Adam is awakened. Wow.
It's a good shot. First of all, tremendous defensive play when he was stuck up front. And then a tight, tough little volley.
Bues is.
Wow.
Well, we thought he might start to wake up, and he is clearly waking up. This is a nice run by Bues and West to get back into this game that it really, for all intents and purposes, it looked like it was gone.
Yep, it sure did it at 4-9. They look like they've got a lot more purpose and belief now, too. They were sort of a little bit flat early part of this game.
Yep.
They've got their energy back now, but they still are behind. A couple of important points here.
Oh, wow. 9-10, so
Wow.
9-4. Liu and Haycox were up in this game, and now they're up by just a single point.
Right, and finally West has been able to actually hit some balls that Liu couldn't handle. Ooh.
No lap.
But even that shot, look at Bues' footwork again. I mean, his legs have really awakened here. He's getting around.
So they called no let on that.
They did call no let. It's 10 all.
Well, this came out of the blue a little bit because you didn't think that was going to happen at 4-9. They've been badly outplayed for a game and a half to that point.
It's lap 10-0.
Even that ball down the middle's got more pace on it now than it did earlier. Still a let, but
Good serve here, too.
oh,
Out of
hit
court.
the beam.
On the beam.
Hit the
Side
beam.
out, 11-10.
That's the first point that it's really played a role in, and potentially an important point. Especially in view of how well Bues has played the last several points.
Can't emphasize enough how critical these points are for Bues and West. They've gotten back into this game, but if they were to fall short in this game and be down 2-0,
Be a long way back.
it'd be a long way back. They really, really need this game.
Ooh, good play there. Started through on that one.
Oh my
Great
gosh.
play. Oh, was that a let or
Yeah.
no? Great, two great
What did they
defensive
call?
plays.
Did they call that?
Two tremendous. That's a great get by
That's an
Liu.
unbelievable get.
A lot of people got, both of them obstructed his path.
And
See
he
if they
did.
give it to
They
him.
got the let.
Got the let. Wow.
Yes, let
Wow, that's an
11-10.
important pair of consecutive defensive plays on that point by both
Huge.
players. Because that was a very good play by Jamie Haycox to even get to that first drop shot.
Oh,
Ooh,
wow.
now he hits a winner in front of Bues. That's a big turnaround.
Well, Jamie was
12-10.
the difference at the end of the games because he hadn't hit a ton of winners, and Clinton is without question the main shot maker on their team. But he's come up big 2 days in a row now near the end of games.
Could be a stroke.
Stroke.
Yep.
Stroke.
12-11, Clinton right.
Every point here feels big, Rob.
Yep, absolutely. It's in the rackhand reverse, but had
13-11.
Clinton stuck it back. There it is. In fact, Jamie was already looking for to get to that reverse, but
Yep.
got it intended.
Oh my goodness.
14-11, game ball.
Well, another
All
late
right.
winner by Haycox.
Yep. He's 2 days in a row. The end of the game, he's been the man. But again, this is huge for Bues and West.
Stroke.
Nope, I
There's
don't
let.
think so. I think it's just a let.
14-11, game ball.
Still let, yep.
Intended, it looks like.
Side out, 12-14.
Yep. He had a row quarter there, by the way.
It was an
because he
interesting-
had Collins stuck on the left a little bit, but
Yep.
he'd have to make that awfully tight to pull it off. Backpedaling volley by Liu.
Wow.
He got passed on that one, eh?
Nice shot. And you can hear the crowd. Remember that Adam Bues is a former pro here at the Heights Casino. He's got a lot of fans, so they are liking this potential comeback here. This is a big point, huge point.
Okay.
Get a slap.
That shot was set up by the great lob that West hit that had Clinton backpedaling enough that he left that open side for West to drill that rail down. That was a good team point they just played. Good get. Got the Haycox backpedaling a bit. Good call, West.
Yep.
Get a slap.
That point was getting a little
The tension here,
I
Rob.
think everybody wanted a little bit of a breather. That point was had a little bit of a strange life to it.
Oh, wow.
Front left neck
Haycox again.
at the end of the game.
2 minutes.
He actually, I think, hit the last 3 or 4 points that they won were off of winners by Jamie.
That's right.
Very impressive playing by
Wow.
Haycox at the end there. Well, what do you think?
I think 2 games is a lot to overcome.
I mean, I was very impressed with the way Adam's legs and the way he got his footwork. He realized he was doing it. He knew he needed to wake up, and they made a nice push.
Absolutely, and tied them at 10-all.
But down 2-0.
Then it got away for a little bit. I'll say this: Haycox and Liu have never beaten them. This is already the closest that they've come. They've never had a 2-games-to-love lead. They've got. I'm not sure if they have momentum because that game ended on very even terms. I think that Bues and West, if Liu and Haycox get off to an early lead, I think they're going to run away with this game. But I still think that there's some sort of psychological carryover from not having beaten them. And if Bues and West can really play a good third game and win it, this match could still be going on for a while.
So what Bues and West have to do here is they have to figure out a way to get into it. They did get into that second game. They've got to feel a little bit good about that.
But only when we were down 9-4.
Yeah, when they were down 9-4. But Adam really woke up. Adam really played much better, and that allowed Colin to do a little bit more than he had been doing. But they've got to start fast, Rob. They've got to start fast.
Absolutely.
They started slow that second game and almost turned it around, but they've got to start fast here. I think they've got to be thinking about getting to 5 first, then getting to 10 first, and then getting to 15.
5 for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if they fall behind early, I think you're right. It could be all over. So we're excited to see what happens here. This is a very entertaining first quarterfinal of the day, and we've got all 4 quarterfinals being played today. This is the first one with our number 3-4 seeds, Adam Bues and Colin West, taking on Clinton Liu and Jamie Haycox. And the unseeded team of Liu and Haycox have forged their way to a 2-love lead. And as Rob has said a couple times, Clinton and Jamie have never beaten Adam and Colin, and they've played a number of times.
They played about 3 or 4 times, including just a couple of months ago.
And you said that at least one of them went 5 games, you said, I think.
Well, certainly not. There was 3 straight at the Briggs Cup.
Yeah.
I think this is the best position they've been in to finally beat them.
Games are too long. Level.
I will say this: of the 3/4 of the 4 seeded teams, Bues and West were always the team that I think can be viewed as having been the most vulnerable to being upset before they get to the semis. Maddock and Chris and Jamie Stout and Bamber and Kiskelly and Tilly are overwhelming favorites to win their respective quarterfinals.
So what I hear you saying is that this may be the, on paper at least, the closest quarterfinal of the 4 that we're going to see
and
today.
the one that had the biggest chance of an upset of the seeded team.
All right, let's see if they. Oh, jeepers!
Winner right
That's
away.
a winner right off the bat.
One
For
love.
Leo, that's not the start that Bues and West wanted. But Adams moving much better right.
And he made a good get and a good lob off that
Yep.
play. Good then as well. West is really good at lobbing out of trouble from deep in the court.
Good get. It's another good get.
Yeah, although Clinton's not sure about the first get, he sort of signaled a little bit. They may appeal this point if they lose the point. Great defense. Oh, good shot by Bues. Let's see if they appeal it.
No, I don't think so. I saw Clinton give a little applause, and I think
Yeah, so
had
they're
he
not
been
going to.
appealing,
Yep.
he would have turned right around and appealed it, I think. So that's a good point for Bues. He played that point very well, both defensively and then at the end, obviously, offensively.
Absolutely.
Slap.
And still going down the middle, and they're still ends up being a lead.
Yeah, it's interesting. I mean,
Jamie's just ready for it. He's waiting for it.
he's done it a lot of times, though.
More than a half dozen.
Wow, that's a nice shot by
That's
Colin.
the first time that Colin has hit a cross-court pass, Liu. That Colin has, yeah.
Well, it has to be.
Perfect angle.
It has to be almost perfectly placed.
Yep.
That's unbelievable.
Again,
It's almost behind him here, Rob. Look at this shot.
2-0.
great shot.
It's look. It is.
Boy, a
It's
cross
behind
drop
him.
from that volley. Wow, that's way overhead too.
Exceptional racket work by
Here's
Clinton.
the three
Leo.
wall.
And
Rolled
there,
it.
The 3-wall rolls it out.
Wow.
Side out, 3-2.
We've seen very few 3 walls in the matches that we've covered, but Jamie's had made a real weapon today.
Well, I think that's part of their thing is that they wanted to get Adam going up and back. I mean, that seems to be their overall game plan here. Is
Yep.
let's go short and deep to Adam.
That's what they're doing.
And if Colin has to cover, so be it.
Right. But that was kind of what Osborne and Jensen wanted to do as well, but they didn't do it with the 3 wall. They did it through other ways of attacking the front. Good play there by Adam, getting out of trouble. Another 3 wall attempt. Yep, it's another same thing.
Good point for Bues.
Wow.
3-0.
Boy,
They're working him,
Clinton
but
almost got that,
he's
but
now
he didn't.
playing well.
Yes, lap. 3-0.
Oh, that is a decisive 10.
4-3.
Can't afford to do too many of those, but at least it's not
And
a runaway
and he's
here.
hit very few of them, but that was a big one, a fat one. Made a lot of noise.
Good defense by Bues there. They're really attacking
But
him
he's getting
here.
stuck awfully far up, though. Good point.
Oh, that's a good defensive point by
Side
Bues
out
and West.
Coral.
Yep, it was.
That's really a matter of just staying alive, staying alive, staying alive.
Yeah, that's right. Had to work awfully hard for their points, though, I will say that. They've almost never gotten a sort of a quick one. Good call.
No lap.
Oh,
I
no
didn't think you
laps.
could play it. We both said no lap.
That's interesting.
5-4.
I actually,
replay of
Call it
that.
right.
That looks like a let to me.
I thought it was a lead as well, but they have two of them. So just to remind our viewers,
Right.
this is a referee and two judge system, so two people have to agree on every call that might be appealed. So as Susie said, there were two people who said no lead on that. So no lead it is. And we're on to this next point.
6-4.
That
It's hit one.
that
Okay.
that could get into Clinton's head a little bit there.
Well, he's uncharacteristic hit on the next point. Although he doesn't lose, get upset or lose his cool when there's a call against him. He's very good that way. Run off a nice little
Okay,
run
this
here.
is a good stretch for Bues and
7-4.
West.
Good shot. Good play there by Haycox.
Oh, that's a nice lob. Up, good
Oh,
shot.
another
That's the
cross
second
check.
time he's gotten
It's happened a
around
couple
it.
of times now this game. Didn't happen at all the first two games.
No.
Not once.
8-4.
Same spot though, almost exactly the same spot.
Right. But from a tougher swinging angle, he was deep in the court and didn't quite get his legs under him, unlike the other play. So
No
just
question.
a great angle and direction by Colin West. He's the youngest guy on court here by a fair amount, so that could be part of this as well. He still looks as fresh as ever. Plus, he's not seeing as many balls as Bues is.
Yeah, but he's working because he has to keep covering,
Yep.
and he's been covering with no seeming ill effect.
Oh,
A lot of scrambling going on there.
First lap.
That
That's a lot,
actually, in
yeah.
terms of Clinton and Jamie, that winding up in a let was
Call it
probably
left.
good because I think they were on the receiving end of that fast-paced
8-4.
action.
And they were
there.
a little bit in each other's way, even a little bit. One of those exchanges. Yeah, they're
So Bues and West have a 4-point lead here, Rob.
which is the first time they've had that in this match so far.
What are you attributing that to? What's been different here?
Just first of all, Collins hit a couple of really well-angled cross courts. That's helped a bit, and they look a little more confident. Jamie and Clinton are playing well still, but they're a little bit. They don't look like they're quite as. There's not quite as much conviction in the way they're hitting the ball.
And there's an error.
10-1 there. Yep. That was a little bit trying to steal a point as opposed to working their way through it.
9-4.
It's interesting to see how this has turned a little bit. I don't see Clinton hitting as many winners in this game. I don't see Jamie mixing up the pace quite as much as in this game. And I can't quite tell if that's just that they've
9-5.
come down a little bit or whether Adam and Colin have really raised their game.
I think it's a little bit of both. And in a way that's interactive with
Look
each
at
other.
that shot.
That's a great shot. Wow.
I mean, that's... Well, Adam started to feel it. You could see him starting to feel it at the end of the second game. And now he's been both defensively and offensively good in this game. There's another one.
Yep.
This is almost what we
11-5.
might have expected to see from the start of the match.
I'm a little surprised at the way they've moved out in the middle part of this game. They look like they're home free for the third game. I think it's going to take a lot for them not to win this game.
Okay.
And then we've got a whole new match.
Still seems like a very long way back.
Get a little physical on that right wall.
It's lap. 11-5. Colin, Bues left.
It's also a lot easier to play when you've got a little bit of a lead. They were playing uphill every part of the first two games.
Yeah, if you're Clinton and Jamie, just as Bues and West wanted to do in the last game, they want to get a little momentum going here.
Yep. So it's important that they not concede the game, even if they get too far behind to catch up, which hasn't happened yet, but it's a little getting closer to happening.
Oh, wow.
Down.
Yep. 12-5.
That's the same shot. He's hit about 3 or 4 of those for winners the first couple of games.
Yeah.
Okay. This game, I think, is
13-5.
over.
Well,
So they're going to have to come back from this, and it's not like they're getting much momentum to carry into the game either. They've really lost, about 6 of the last 7 points.
yeah. And it's looked rather pedestrian, too. It has not. I mean, they looked so good in those first 2 games. Even in the second game when
Side
Bues
out,
and West were mounting their
6-13.
comeback, you still had the feeling that, you know, Leo and Haycox were in control. And now I don't feel that way.
No, we're not in control of this game in any way.
It's a good shot.
Very good shot there.
7-13.
Interesting, Haycox is coming in from the left box. He's been coming in from the right the whole time.
2.
Maybe another side of the fact that they're where the Bues are playing much better.
7-14. Game ball.
On the
Right side.
Right side. Yeah. Beam ball, serve. Another sign that the concentration is not quite there. That did not happen at any point in the first 2 games.
Yeah. I mean, there's also a body language thing here. Even though they're supporting each other, their energy is definitely dipped.
Another good cross court by West, even though Leo handled this one. Good play there by Bues.
Nice shot.
Yep.
Little momentum.
8-14.
It'll be interesting to see
Left side.
what point decides this game. Is it going to be a... Oh, I'm assuming that Bues and West are going to win this game.
Yep.
Is it going to be a winner? Is it going to be an unforced error? What's going to happen here? Because that will dictate a little bit of how the teams go off the court.
As will what the score will be by then.
Game 15-8.
Well, there
That
it
was
is.
a half
Just
effort
a
on
little
that
dink
play.
error.
That was a half effort. You never got the sense that they were even thinking, let's try to get some momentum for the next game. They sort of decided once they got well down, we're going to lose this game and regroup for the 4th game. I never got the sense that they thought they were going to come back or that they wanted to at least make it as hard as possible to close out that game.
Yeah, no, I agree. Once it started to get away from them, they were sort of like, all right, let's let this go.
Right.
I always think that's a dangerous strategy, Rob. It's, you let somebody as talented as Adam and Colin into a match, they can get hot and you can get cold and the whole thing can change on a dime.
And this crowd could become very enthusiastic and supportive of Adam Bues if they get off to a good start in the 4th game.
Well, we're going to take a break and we will come back when the players come back in just a minute.
I was trying to figure out what the reasoning was. Is that what you have there? What is it? Chicken sandwich. Homemade. Those are always the best.
All right, the players are getting ready, and with the referee, Susie Pierpont, trying to enforce the 2 minutes. I think it's still been a little bit more than 2 minutes, to be honest with you, Rob.
Although she was pretty strict, telling you you're taking too much time between games earlier.
I'm not the right person to do it, I don't think. And I don't know, just I guess historically the event's done it and not the SDA. So
She's having a conversation clearly with somebody out there. Maybe that's part of why she's being relaxed
it's up
about
to you
it.
guys, but I just like
Let's see how this fourth game starts.
She's having a. I feel a little bit guilty. Like we maybe shouldn't be listening into this conversation, but we are about to get going. I think she's the reason she's not ready yet. So we're gonna get going here. This is gonna be very interesting. The start of this game to see whether or not Liu and Haycox can reverse whatever just happened.
And at the end of that last game.
At the end of the last game, and sort of.
And not just at the end, the whole last half of that game.
Yeah, and get the energy back. And it's going to be.
Game's a 2-1, love all.
Okay.
Here we go.
Here we go.
Whoa.
Out of court.
Boy, he really must have hit that because it was out of court at the.
Yeah, that was
high.
out of court.
Yeah.
High on the back wall. Wow.
Wow, just like Adam Bues did at the
Side
beginning of the
out,
last night of the second game.
That's right. Reverse corner winner.
Wow, he hasn't tried that the whole match yet.
No.
That was clearly pre-planned.
Well, maybe they can just reverse the trend. They certainly have started off these 2 points very decisively,
Yep,
Clinton in
they have
particular.
for sure. Oh, another looks like a winner out of
Yeah, I think that was a winner.
that was a mishit winner,
out
wasn't
of
it?
Desperation.
It was fighting the ball on the right wall, but it's 3-0 very, very quickly.
Those were three very fast
We haven't
points.
played 90 seconds of this game yet. Another winner, my goodness. That was off his shoe tops. Oh boy,
Wow.
oh boy, just nudged it. Sort of a really defensive winner, but a winner nonetheless.
Well, if you were a team that had lost momentum at the end of a game, you could not really ask for a better start than these first 4 points.
Yeah, and not only that, Bues and West need this point. They can't fall too far behind this game. 4 is already a big hole.
Oh,
Intended, I
okay,
think.
well, that'll give them one.
4-1, Clinton, right.
Good
That's
shot.
a nice shot.
But Colin put that in a good place.
Okay, well, one unforced
Side out,
error and now one
2-4.
good shot, and all of a sudden,
Oh boy, that was really that's a very tough angle to stick a backhand cross court from where he was past Haycox. Cross drop.
that's really unbelievable.
2-5.
He's well behind the service. He's behind the service circle, and he's
And
hitting a
Colin
drop shot winner.
was in front of the tee and is so quick he just didn't see it, I don't think, and certainly didn't expect it. Tough shot to hit when you've lost the last 2 points, but he did have a little bit of lead still, and that helps. Still, that was a great. First of all, just to even imagine hitting that shot.
Well, you can hear when the crowd gets excited like that. That's a winner from Adam Bues, almost certainly. And here it is. There's the winner. The cross court overhead neck.
Good call, West.
Yes, lap. 3-5.
Wow, good
Wow.
shot by Adam.
Just mishandled it, I guess, right? Because his racket was there.
4-5.
Huh. Just misjudged it off the side wall.
Yep. From a 4-love deficit to 5-4, that's a nice effort by Bues and West to not let this game get too out of control.
Yep. Well, they're right back in it now. Good
Another
shot.
shot.
West again. So 2 winners on the right side of the court.
5-0.
Deep one and the front one. Caught a nick on that.
Both with his backhand.
Yep.
On the right-hand side of the court.
Oh, good save there by West, by Bues.
Playing what?
6-5.
That's like a 10 by Clinton.
Oh, it was a 10. 6-5, wow. 4-love down, and now they've got a lead at 6-5. That's an impressive turnaround here. It's early in this game, but nevertheless. They were at DEFCON 4, DEFCON 5 there when they were down 4-0.
4-0, no. And quickly. I mean, 2 minutes into the game, they're down 4-0. Another 10.
7-5.
Wow. Haycox has had several winners hit against him and had several 10s. That they're made their rally here on the right side of the court. Oh, took a bad bounce. And Clinton reacted a little late to that.
He
I think
did.
he thought Jamie was going to play it. And he sort of reacted a little late when he let it go by him and then didn't get a good swing at the ball.
A little late, a little casual, and no fist bump between the two. A discussion, but no fist bump.
Nice shot down.
Side out,
down the middle.
6-8.
That was an 8-1 run that just finally got interrupted.
Yep. This game looks as though it's going to have a few twists and turns in it in this 4th game. We've already had a couple.
Good play there by Haycox.
Nice shot.
Good shot back there. Yep.
7-8.
Whoa, what do we call there?
Yes, lap.
Just let. Okay.
7-8, left side. 7-9.
10, I guess, from back
Clinton
there.
right.
Yeah, kind of a casual tin too, Rob. It seemed.
It's gotten a little quiet on the court. You can tell they're all, I think, kind of catching a second wind. Oh boy, good cross court there.
Side out, 10-7.
I'm very impressed with the way Bues and West, after getting off to a slow start in this game, have really taken control.
Yeah, and a slow start in this match. So that's 3 well early. Good reaction by Haycox. That was almost a winner in front of him. Set up here.
That was a big point.
Bues left.
Yep, they needed that one, and they got it.
Leo and Haycox are the ones who needed it in this game. But keep in mind that Bues and West, although they look to be more in control of this game, they are down 2-1. They did come back from 2-1 down yesterday.
Left.
This is a long journey for them.
Shot by Bues, it looked like. Yep.
Yep.
11-8.
You can tell when Jamie hits sort of a lucky shot winner, dead silence from the crowd. Bues hits a lucky shot winner, gets some applause. Heights
Side
Casino
out,
fans are very fair,
9-11.
but they do love their own.
That's for sure. We'll see the same thing with Bamber later on today, no doubt.
Yep.
Good recovery there. Boy, 11-10. They're
10-11.
right there.
The end of this game is going to be very interesting because it's not like the third game where there's a big lead.
Nope.
We're now nip and tuck.
Whoa,
Nice shot
a
by
little bit
Colin.
there. Wow, they caught him on the side wall.
Well, look how early he
Right.
takes it. He realizes he has something he
10-12.
wants to hit that hard and fast, and he does.
He's hit some cross-court winners at Clinton's expense the last game, at 2 games, which had not happened at all in the first 2 games.
Yep. Nice movement
Hold up,
by
wow,
Bues. Wow.
on the run.
He didn't see this one quite as early, though.
Side
Look at
out,
him go.
13-10.
Wow.
Look at him go, but also just to think to hit a forehand reverse when you're that far up. You have no room for error on that swing. Those 2 points might have given them the game.
Wow. 14-10.
14-10 game
Remember the
ball.
first few points of this game, Rob?
Yeah.
It was like 4-0,
Right.
in, as you said, in less than 90 seconds, and they've completely turned it around.
It has, and mostly because of West has hit a number of winners late in this game, both short and deep. Good shot there. Haven't seen that cross drop though from Haycox the last
14-11
game and a
game
half.
ball.
After it was such an important weapon for him late in the second game.
Ooh, nice shot.
There's a late reaction to it also.
Side out, 12-14.
Now, Bues and West cannot take this for granted.
they
they
need
have to
close
get this game
out.
and close it
Maybe
out
on
here.
this point, because Good play.
Oh, wow.
It's a great play by Bues there.
Unbelievable point. And that is the
And
game.
a diving save by Bues, and then West hits a cross-court winner, and Clinton and Bues were fighting for position on the left side, and I think
Absolutely,
he
they
forgot
were
about the down the
totally
middle
looking
possible.
to try and defend that position, and what an exciting end to that game. The Heights Casino crowd is loving it because the former head pro here, Adam Bues, has come back from 2-love down when it really didn't seem, especially after having come back from 2 games to 1 down last night, didn't seem like that was going to be in the cards today. And now they've done it. So, okay, Rob, we're headed for a 5th. Are you saying that Hughes, that Bues and Colin are going to come all the way back?
I think that they're in a better position to win this 5th game than
They've got the momentum going.
Yeah, they've got the momentum and they've got history.
Yeah, well,
They haven't lost to this team. This is sort
I
of
have to
still
give you
Adams'
credit.
home
You said it
place.
early on that
Right.
when they were down 2-0, you said you still felt that some history here might have something to do with it.
And also, it got to be 4-0 so quickly, and for them to sort of bootstrap their way
work
through
their
that
way
match
back
from
into
there.
it and take control. I think 11-10 was when they. It was just very impressive, very impressive. So, okay, well, we are gearing up for a 5th game. This is the first of 4 quarterfinal matches.
And a lot of times these 5th games, if a team jumps out early, whatever had happened before that, the other team doesn't have the reserves to catch them.
Yeah.
So both teams have to stay in touch with each other.
And both teams are, the momentum right now would be with Bues and West, but Clinton and Jamie, they've got to be thinking, hey, this is great. We're in a 5th game with these guys. Let's go get it.
Right. They've definitely. But they've got some history to overcome. They haven't beaten this team. They had a 2-love lead. They had a 4-love lead in the 4th.
No question. But on the other hand, if you had told them you got a 5th game against this team that you've never beaten, you're going to go in the 5th game and have a chance to make it to the semifinals.
That absolutely, and
and that's really the way
they
they got to
didn't play
think.
badly at the end of that game. That
No.
game was won by Bues and West.
Yeah.
Right.
And they won the first 2 games. I mean, they played better.
Yep.
So they're capable of winning this match. They just got to believe. And meanwhile, it's clear to me that Adam and Colin believe. They believe.
They
So
believe, but they
they just need to get off to a
game.
big start.
They had to work very hard to win that game.
Well, we shall see what happens here.
They deserved it.
Players are getting back on the court.
I think a lot of this match is going to depend on how many winners Colin West hits. His ability to hit winners spelled the difference at the end of that game.
Yeah, you said that. I also think it's Adam's footwork. His footwork has hugely improved since the start of this match, where it looked like he was just very slow to get around, and he was.
No, he wasn't reacting the way he did later on. You're absolutely right about that. Let's see if Clinton tried the reverse corner of the serve return this game.
Well,
it's one thing to do that when you're up 2-1.
I mean, 4-0, and it didn't work out for them. I mean, there's something sometimes when you get a bunch of easy points at the beginning, you could sometimes get complacent. I think they thought they had it.
Maybe. I noticed West hit a hard serve this time to start. It looks like Clinton hit a beam ball.
1-love.
He wasn't going to give him a chance by hitting a lob serve. He hit a hard serve on the first to start this.
This is a 5th game here. Bues and West are the 3 and 4 seeds. Bues and Haycox are one of the hotter teams on the tour right now. They've been greatly improving, but as Rob has said, they've never beaten Bues and West. They had a 2-love lead. It's now 2-all. And we're all riveted to see what's going to happen in this 5th game.
Very tough to hit a winner in front of Colin. He's up there like a cat.
One thing that we didn't remark on as much in the third and fourth game was Clinton's shot making. It's definitely cooled off a bit.
He didn't have as much of a chance to, and he also hit a couple of tins.
You call that?
Side
Nope.
out, 1
Nope,
all.
that was a winner. No let. Shallow shot. Jamie hit a couple of those shallow winners in front of Colin, more because they were on the right wall than because they were in front of him. Ooh, good cross court by Clinton. I think West lost his concentration just for a
2-1.
second on that.
Oh, wow.
Good shot.
So that's the kind of shot we were seeing a lot of in the first couple games that we haven't seen almost since then.
3-1.
But it usually was on his backhand, not his forehand. That was sort of he had to steer it into the nick, which he did beautifully.
That's a nice shot by Bues off the back wall winner.
Clinton right, 3-2.
Left wallers have got
Right
their
side.
shot making going here early in
3-2.
the fifth. It's a good full court point, Rob.
Sure is. A couple of good gets already. Colin's like a cat out there. He's just everywhere.
Oh,
10, eh?
he's into the 10.
Clinton
Might have been
right.
forcing it a little
4-2.
bit at the end of that point.
Yep.
He served there 3-1, and now it's 4-2.
It's a good serve. Oh,
Good shot, good angle.
Side out, 3-4.
Jamie's cooled down a little bit here.
He's really playing, he's looking for the 3-wall and he's on it early, and I think that every time instead he skid bows over his head, they're going to let Colin play it. They want Bues to be up on that to not get hurt by a 3-wall.
Good defense by West there. Stay alive. He had to cover the whole court in effect because Adam was out of the play.
Yep. That he was positioned at the tee and went from there because he did have the whole court to cover. But they are swinging away out there still.
Wow,
Good
nice
by
shot.
Clinton. Clinton in the roll corner.
Yeah, little roll corner, back in roll corner here for the winner.
Bues left,
Bloop.
5-3.
Right around the corner there.
3-5.
Backswing.
Yeah,
Slap.
little interference there. Oh, also thinks the ball might be broken. That's interesting. Yesterday we had that one match where the ball broke after, I think, a dozen points,
Right,
and then
right.
it broke
That was-
again. And
yeah.
this one, I think this is the same ball that they started with.
Yep, it is. And they're hitting plenty hard, so it's not like they've been lobbing the ball. He's never gone down the right wall on that. He's always hit that 3 wall. Take that one, it looks like.
Bamber.
Well,
Yeah.
it was a decisive
Side
10.
out,
The
6-3.
crowd was impressed by how hard it was hit, but,
6-3.
but it's
Colin
not
really
good
winds up.
news
He
for.
really winds up on that forehand.
Yeah, it's not good news for Bues and West,
Nope.
though.
That's for sure. I finally got that cross drop back in.
All right, well, let's see.
7-3.
It feels like the momentum here is starting to go to the challengers.
Yep.
Leo and Haycox.
Good exchanges here in mid-court. This time
All 4 players in front of the red line. Wow.
Jay, right side, 8-3.
Wow, I thought he tried to sort of steer it into the nick without having his feet under him, and it caught the top of the tin, so it's 8-3 now, which is a pretty
8-3.
substantial lead.
That is. 15 is still a long way to go, but you got to start to be nervous if you're rooting for
Yeah, you're
Bues and West.
back.
Just lap.
They're playing each other awfully close now, especially on the right wall.
Well, as the matches have gotten closer and closer, that right wall position seems to get very hotly contested. We saw that yesterday a bunch of times.
Yeah, we sure did with Osborne and West.
Yeah.
8-3.
Not ill-humored, by the way. I mean, it's not, in singles, sometimes people can get really mad at that. I didn't see anger happening, but just definitely competing for that spot. Oh, wow.
Wow, another winner by. He has a little bit more freedom to try that because they've got a lead now.
9-3.
And they're going to be tough to catch at this point.
Take 2.
That was a big point.
Yep. And a great, great shot. Maybe the best shot of the game.
And they're really, Clinton and Jamie are really back to their early match strategy here, which is to, wow, that's a nice shot. Inside out from an unusual part of the court.
Wow, good
Beauty.
shot.
9-4.
Beauty. Oh, he missed it.
Oh, boy.
He had Haycox really out of position there. He almost just needed to keep it above the tin.
10-4.
But it was a tough angle that he was swinging from back here. I don't think he had much room, but still, that's a costly point. Liu and Haycox have had very good team defense this game. They've really sort of positioned themselves in a way that can complement each other. They deserve to have the lead they have.
Well,
That's a sign of frustration.
yes.
He's just to his racket.
11-4.
Well, every point here, the difference between 10-5 and 11-4 is huge. I mean, they just
And that play where Colin couldn't keep the ball above the 10 a few points ago was a big turnaround.
that was really big.
Clinton and Jamie are playing with a lot of confidence now. And wow, how about that shot?
I mean, when
And
he's confident,
over the
it's
head
just,
cross drop on your backhand, backing up.
You know, but I will say we really didn't see it in the third and fourth games that much, and now he's back to doing what he was doing in the first two. And
Right.
when he's shooting like that and making it, it's. I mean, what do you do?
Absolutely, but it's also easier to make that shot when you've got a 5 or 6 point lead.
No question,
But these are still incredibly good shots. And he may have just hit another winner
thank
also.
you.
Wow, Clinton has gotten real hot this game. And I thought that if Bues could keep this game
13-4.
close late, the fact that they've never lost them might come to the fore, but they're too far
Sorry,
behind now
Clinton
for that to be a factor.
Sorry.
absolutely.
I think they're going to run right across the finish line.
I
I don't think there's going to be a late rally here.
it looks it. It's only 2 points to prevent a late rally, so I think you're going to be right.
Great shot making this game. They are moving Adam all over the place. Missed another
That's a
one.
10.
Yeah.
So we are at match
14.
ball.
I think those are
match
fatigue and
ball.
frustration, especially frustration tins and impatient tins. They're so far behind that they just don't have the energy to try to bootstrap their way through this.
We've got 11 match balls. And
Wow,
that is
another
the
winner
match
by
right
Liu.
there, and perhaps a fitting way to end it with Clinton hitting one of these
Off the
amazing
back wall,
winners
a cross
that he's
drop.
hit
He never
throughout the
tried that
match.
the whole match.
It's just really shocking how well he hit those balls.
A
So
cross drop off the back wall off the ground.
it's really spectacular shot making.
Wow.
Well, that takes us from our first quarterfinal match, and what an exciting one it was. My partner here, Rob Dinnerman, predicted that this might be the closest of the 4 quarterfinal matches, but it certainly was a fun way to start the quarterfinals.
Right. I thought it was the match that had the biggest chance of the seed being upset.
Right. So we're looking forward to seeing the next match where we're going to get Chris Callas and Manik Mathur, who are the number 1 seeds, and we will be getting going in just a few minutes. We'll take a little break as they get to warm up, and we'll be back. All right, well, welcome back. We are getting ready for the second quarterfinal match. This is going to be a treat. We're going to get to see the number 1 seeds here, Chris Callas and Manic Mathur, who are the number 1 seeds, and they are playing against Ricardo Lopez Valdivia and Lockie Monroe. And right now we've got first serve going. Callas and Manic have the white headbands on, with Manic Mathur on the left-hand side of the court, as he is a lefty, and Chris Callas on the right-hand side of the court. The challengers, we've got Ricardo Lopez on the right-hand side of the court, and Lockie Monroe on the left-hand side of the court wearing the pink headband. So the number 1 seeds are wearing dark shorts, and the challengers are wearing white shorts here.
One love. Two love. Hand out, 1-2.
All right, we've had a couple of lets here. Okay. We've had a couple of lets here to start off with here.
Let. 1-2. Let. 1-2.
And as we're getting going here, let me just give a little bit of background here. So the challengers, Ricardo Lopez and Lockie Monroe, they won their first match 3-zip by beating Stephen Prefer and David Letourneau 15-6, 15-10, 15-9. Lopez went to the University of Rochester, class of 19. He grew up in Mexico. He won the Skillman Award, which is college squash's biggest award, given only to one player each year. He was captain of the first Rochester team that was ranked number 1. He made the semifinals of the intercollegiate doubles while he was there. He's an assistant coach at Yale and now also a pro at the Field Club of Greenwich, where both Adam Bues and Manic Mathur have both been pros there previously. And his partner, Lockie Monroe, is currently ranked number 27. He's from Toronto, Canada. He went to St. Lawrence University, class of 16, was a finalist in the 2022 U.S. Doubles Championship with Lyle Fuller. So they are a good team.
It's Lockie on the right. 3-all.
Their opponents, however, are a great team. They are the number 1 seeds for a reason.
Handout.
And I'm going to introduce my co-announcer here in a second to talk a little bit about Manic, but they are the number 1 ranked team. They're the number 1 ranked seeds. They've won the Big Apple Open 4 times. And at the end of 2022, they won 4 titles in a row. And Manic has won this tournament before, 2017, 2018. He was the captain of Trinity's team. Callas has won this tournament also. He was the 2019 champion. He was the captain of Princeton's team. So We haven't seen Manek here
6-3.
for a few years because he had an Achilles injury, and he sat out a year. There was COVID, so it's really good to have him back, but it's a little bit bittersweet because just before this tournament, he announced that he was going to be retiring. And with that,
6-4.
let me introduce
Monik
my
left.
co-commentator, Rob Dinnerman, who many of you know is an avid columnist, has written a whole bunch of books on squash, I think almost into double digits on books on squash. He's still a player on the doubles tour. He was a player on the singles hardball tour. Rob Dinnerman. Rob.
Thank you, Will. This is indeed bittersweet.
Flat.
Manek has
6-4.
been one of the great players, really, in the history of the game. He hasn't been here in 5 years. He ripped his Achilles, as you mentioned, at the end of during the 2018-19 season. He had a hamstring pull that cut out of 2020. 2021, there was COVID, and last year he was actually diagnosed positive with COVID right before the tournament. So. He was not able to play, but he's back here now. He did win it with Mudge in 2017, 2018. He and Callas have won 11 tournaments together during their several seasons playing together. And they are the best team, and Manek's decision to retire came a little bit out of the blue. Nobody was really expecting it, and he just decided. He's been involved in real estate quite a bit for the last year and a half after leaving after about 5 years as the head pro at racket tennis. And between that and the toll that all these years have taken on his body, including, as you mentioned, the Achilles tendon rupture that kept him out of most of the 2018-19 season, he's just decided that this is the time for him. His mother is in the gallery. She just flew over from India to be with Manek on the occasion of his final tournament of his career. I just saw her in the gallery a little while ago. And the storybook ending for this event would be he and Callas winning the event, but there's some awfully good teams out there that are going to try to keep that from happening.
Well, the fact that his mother is here really
6-7.
makes this feel like this is real. I mean, I think there's a lot of people who are hoping, yeah, okay, but if he wins this tournament, maybe he'll get revitalized and come. But if your mom is flying over from India, it makes it feel like this is a decision that he really has made, and it will be a real loss for the game. And it has been a loss over the last number of years, not seeing him as regularly, particularly here in Brooklyn, where he's a two-time winner. But anyway, let's talk about this match here. This match is, I think, we would say that Callas and Manek are clear favorites, but it's close in the first game so far.
Right. They just have, there's so much firepower that they have. And on the topic of Manek being a loss to the game when he leaves, not only is he a great player, but he's incredibly flamboyant and entertaining to watch because he's so creative and has such firepower and moves beautifully. And he's a great ambassador for the game, too. He's very, very popular among his colleagues, among the fans, among the spectators. I mean, it's really, he's checked every box in terms of being an incredible contributor to the sport. But they're playing a team that has nothing to lose, and he played very well yesterday, and he's played them pretty close to even so far.
9-7. $10-7. $11-7.
Well, as we are getting near the end of the game here, it looks like Chris and Manek are starting to take control. Look at that shot.
Yep, great play by Slocky.
Lat. Right side.
A lot
11-7.
of frenzy going on there in that point, but
Maddox has pounced on the ball like a cat. I mean, he's just so quick to the ball and has so many different options at his disposal. He's got an enormous repertoire, both going short and he gets tremendous power. Good point here.
yeah. Last few points have been very exciting, and both of them have ended the same way with the let.
11-7. Let.
He's looking for a stroke, but he's not going to get one. That was too shallow.
You can grab one. There's some right by the door if you need one, Lockie.
I think he's actually saying that he wants a towel for the court.
Ah, okay.
And maybe for his face as well.
That's right.
11-7. Yeah.
Yeah, good safety call.
Let. 11-7.
Lopez and Monroe are a speedy team. They get around, they cover a lot of court.
Handout.
That was a good shot also.
8-11.
And they would have overlapped at Rochester if they were 16 and 19. Chris enough swings at that cross court, and you're eventually going to hit one you're not going to fend off. He really was attacking Lucky with 4 or 5 cross courts in a row, and the last one finally got by him.
So I may have said that Lockie went to Rochester. He went to St. Lawrence. He was class of 2016.
Okay.
And Ricardo did go to Rochester. So they did overlap, but not at the same school.
Okay. And Chris and Maddox overlapped in college, and in fact they played against each other
9-12.
when Trinity beat Princeton 5-4 in the 2009 National Championship Final. Maddox was a co-captain of that team.
Handout. 13-9.
Lucky and Ricardo played well this game, but you don't have a sense that they have a chance to steal it.
The game or the match? Either.
Yeah. That's
Yeah.
Right. Good shot there.
But it's kind of, when you're in their position, it can be
13-10.
kind of a fun place to be because you can really go for it, and they are. They're filled with energy. They're hustling.
Yep.
It looks like they're enjoying
shots
it.
Too.
They're making some great shots. Not the 10.
Handout.
I mean, this game is actually, as you said, it doesn't seem
they're
threatening.
only 2 points behind late in the
11-13.
game.
They've hung in here in this game. Don't think he's going to get that.
That was past you.
Yeah.
Lockie, right. 11-14, game ball.
Oh, wow.
That scorcher down the left wall.
Scorcher.
He gets his powers
Right into the corner. It's right sort of in the groove of that court there, too.
Absolutely.
Beautiful.
Absolutely. His power is a little bit the way Mariano Rivera's fastball was. It just sort of, there's a whiplash action to it.
And it's a little deceptive because you almost don't see it coming as much as somebody who really sort of
That's right.
sets up to hit it hard.
He doesn't muscle it.
He doesn't muscle it.
He sort of whips it.
It's all whiplash.
Right. It's extraordinary, but it has some extra spin. It's almost like they said that with Mariano, it almost felt like they were bees buzzing with his ball, and you get a little bit of that, and that's part of why he broke so many bats. And you get a little bit of the feeling like that when Maddox, and plus the fact that he
When
can
he tees
hit
off, yeah.
shots and angles and change of pace, and there's just so much you have to deal with as an opponent.
It sounds like we're doing a big appreciation, and it's very sad that this is going to be his last tournament. But let's appreciate him while he's here. So what do you think? That was actually, I thought, a very good game for Lopez and Monroe. Do you think they can keep it up, or do you think this is going to become more one-sided as we go along? What do you think
they're
is going to
keep
happen?
playing very well. As you said, they're in a position where they can kind of let it go, let it loose, and they're going to do that. They're both very good players.
They are.
Lopez, in particular, played incredibly well in the match that we commentated on yesterday against Letourneau.
And they're super fast.
And Prefer, yeah. And they're going to, again, I think they've got energy. I think they're excited to be playing in this setting. There's a big crowd here. So I think they're going to play well. I'm not quite sure if 11 might not be the highest score that they have in this match, but we'll see. I did feel that Chris and Maddox were playing within themselves.
Yes.
They have other gears that they can get to if they have to. Several of them.
That's a great way of putting it,
Right.
is sort of playing within themselves.
Right.
They seemed relaxed,
Right.
not pressured, and that when they needed a big point, they could sort of
Right.
pull it out of
any number of different ways.
I was going to say pull it out
Right.
of thin air, but any number of ways they could win it. So,
Right.
well, we'll see what happens here as we go along in the second game.
And they know that there are going to be some, really challenging matches ahead of them still, and I think they think that they are in control of this match.
Yeah.
In spite of the fact they're playing a very good team, but there's too much of a firepower gap.
Well, let's see what happens here. See if they get into a groove, or if we wind up having a few close games here.
Chris has been a perfect complement to Maddox. I mean, he's the one who gets most of the balls played at him, and he just is solid and hits shots when he has to be there, but doesn't commit racket errors, and it's a little bit like Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen. I mean, Michael's the star, but Scottie, they wouldn't have won their championships without Scottie.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay, here we go, I think. Game two.
One love, love all. Okay.
Well, we've got a little bit of a different view for you all. We've got a little bit of a fisheye point of view here.
Good get by Lucky. Chris comes up with plenty of winners of his own as well, just like on that
One
shot.
love.
So in order to get the view back to the normal view that you guys have been watching, we need to reset the camera. So we're not going to do that. We're going to stick with this view right now. If there's a break in play where a ball breaks or something like that, we'll change it. Otherwise, we're going to stick with this view through the end of this game, and then we will reset the camera in between games. So just to tell you what's going on there. But we can still see what's happening here. And it's a good winner there.
1-2.
Great winner by Monaco.
Hand out.
They actually made surprisingly
3-1.
few unforced errors like that in the first game. And we'll see whether they can sort of. I really enjoyed the way they played the first game. They played it without any fear and sort of with a lot of opportunity. And I'd love to see them keep trying to do that. But like that.
Yep.
I mean, that's a great shot.
That's a really good shot.
3-2.
That's the same shot he tinned the previous part, which means he wasn't afraid to try it again.
Yep. Nice.
Hand out. Hand out. Locky. 3-all.
Well, if you put it right onto
3-4.
Mannix racket like that,
Yep.
it's not going to end well for you.
It's not coming back. And he's tough to lob over. He's left-handed, he's tall, and he's got sort of a disproportionately long arm. So it's especially with this beam, you've got to be really careful to lob over him. And if you don't lob over him,
4-all.
he's going to spike it to him for a winner like he just did.
Yeah, he's got. I mean, he's kind of got it going on. He's very tall. He's lean. He's debonair. He dresses debonairly. I mean,
His nickname at Trinity was GQ.
I mean, it's like
He's sort of a matinee idol looks.
He does. I mean, he really does. He's been a great star for the doubles tour.
Yep, for almost 15 years.
For all those intangibles too. I mean, that GQ kind of look is not to be disdained. That's real.
Yep.
And he's super nice guy and charismatic as well. So.
And he's a great interview as well. He's responsive and has nuances of what he says. Thoughtful.
Right side. Five, 4.
Nice shot.
Lopez had to make two great
Hand
gets on shots that Manic
5-all.
hit that semi-nicked, and eventually hit a drop shot that was too tight to the net for Lockyer to deal with. Which is also true of that serve.
6-5.
It's going to be a lot. Yep.
Call.
6-5.
Good cross court by Chris Callas.
7-5. Flat. 7-5. Flat. 7-5.
Good defense by
Yep.
Lockie up
Yeah,
until
but-
that point. He had to fend off. He's almost like a hockey goalie there.
There have been several
8-5.
times he's fended off the first 2 or 3 at him, but then the last one finally beats him. That's happened 2 or 3 times here. Chris
Yeah.
has a good cross court. It's powerful, and it's very, very well angled.
That's great defense right there.
Very good, yeah. Even getting to that ball because that was a good, very good short shot.
Down.
A little impatient there.
Yeah. He was there in plenty of time, too.
9-5.
It's like he got over eager. This has largely the same feel to me, Rob, where Manic and Chris are not stressed, and you have the feeling that there's another gear or 2 or 3 that they could go to if they needed to.
And
Nevertheless, these are fun points.
Playing free and
But
easy right now, too.
Yep.
I mean,
Left. Monic.
Not just
9-6.
but they're hit with the ball, I think.
Let.
Yeah.
9-6.
He could just put an extra couple of miles per hour on the ball and angle it. It's just really, really tough to deal with.
10-6.
yeah, and it was low, right at the right spot. And that's just gorgeous. I mean, it just is. Watch how he sets up here. Just follows through. Beautiful
11-6.
shot. I mean, we've been talking so much about Manic. I mean, Chris Callas has got many of the same kind of abilities where he can generate a lot of power and also hit some
Hand out.
sweet short shots.
And,
7-11.
and he moves beautifully, too.
That's what makes them such a formidable team.
Out.
And also a very complimentary team. I mean, a lot of times it's Chris's cross courts that force the open balls that Monarch then puts away. And they never get confused as to who's going to play ball before they're right. They figured that out by now. Fully.
Let. 7-11.
Good shot.
8-11.
He's just asking for too much to try to
Ricardo
hit
left.
a shot like that out of the blue.
Yeah.
And that's what they need
8-12.
to win points. Monarch almost hit a serve return winner. That was a great get by Lopez to keep that in play. His front side nick shot is the best in squash. A double squash.
Oh.
Send it.
Hand out. $13-8.
They look like unforced hits, but they are semi-forced by the defensive pressure of how well Chris and Monarch cover.
13-9.
No question. That was a nice shot.
Yep.
Nice return serve. Winner. Boom.
What's the call?
Let. 13-9.
Could get Ricardo
13-9.
on a short shot to the front right.
So that's a hard serve.
That could be a stroke.
Stroke.
Yep. The right call. He was in position, and
I give a no let.
Lopez hit it right at him.
14-9. Game ball.
Hockey seems distracted or upset about something. I'm not quite sure what he's going on about. That wasn't such a controversial call. Oh, and there we go. Well, there it is. 2 games to love. I think sort of largely like the first game, not feeling very stressed.
What happened at that last point? I didn't see what happened. Did he just miss the ball?
Yeah, he just missed it.
Okay. He was distracted a little bit because Lopez was near him on the play.
Yeah, he was distracted, I think, from the previous referee call. He got involved in some discussion there. I don't know exactly what was going on.
And I agree, that wasn't that close a call.
No, it wasn't. It was a little bit weird, but I feel that.
They're both sitting up here near us, and they look very, very calm to me.
Well, no, it's actually Chris Callas and Manic who are sitting up here, not Ricardo and Lockie. But yes, they do look relaxed, stretching out, and I feel the real situation here is that they're just not stressed. The points are fun. This is an entertaining match. The younger team is hustling and working hard, but they aren't going to. This is going to be 3-0, Rob.
Almost certainly, because these guys don't give away games either. It's not like they get careless when they have a lead. Also, they know that there's going to be some very challenging matches ahead of them, and they want to get this match over with and get into the semis and ready for that. They're very efficient in terms of the way they plot out a tournament.
And let's just talk about who they would match up against next. So if they were to win this match, which it seems like they are on their way to doing, they will be playing the winner of Cuskelly and Pili versus Khalifa and Martino. So that's that match is coming up a little bit later, and so there's some, as you said, it'll get progressively trickier for this team as they go along.
They've played Cuskelly and Pili 3 times this year. They've won each of them more handily than I thought they were going to do, based on how well Cuskelly and Pili have played, including over here last year.
Yeah.
They had a great match with James Stout and Scott Arnold with their two games to love.
And they've been playing well this year, but they haven't challenged this team very much, but we'll see.
But that's a match that Manic and Chris are going to not be worried about,
seriously.
but be very aware of. Yeah,
they're going to take
There's
seriously.
going to be a level of seriousness about that match, that'll be another level above.
To be fair, they're not treating today casually. They're playing just how they need to play.
Right.
But they're being professional out there. They're being serious.
Absolutely.
They're not messing around.
No. They want to be efficient and finish this match and be in the semis and get ready for that. No, they're absolutely right. And it's actually the case that both Lopez and Monroe played well.
Yeah, and I think I think this has been a fun match to watch.
Yep.
I mean,
and that's a tribute to Monroe and Lopez.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And you can see that we've got the camera has been reset and come back, so you will be seeing a little bit more of the traditional view that we've been watching through the week so far, rather than that fishable look that we just had for the last game.
Yeah, this will be a good perspective, good wide perspective.
And it looks like the players are just about ready to go here.
Okay.
We'll get the audio back for you all in a sec, but there's a nice return to serve winner. Oh, but is something wrong with the ball?
Okay.
Oh, is that a joke? It might have been a joke. Can't quite hear what's going on with the conversation, but we are hoping to get the ball sound back for you guys and hear the referee as well.
Good shot by Chris.
But we've got the view fixed, and we'll see if we can't get everything working together in just a moment or two.
Right. The Monica, that just spikes it into the neck. He really does. That's something you got to worry about right off the serve return.
I had this sense that Lockie might try to do something similar there, just to be like, but he. Oh,
good get.
That's
there.
a great get. And that's going to be a lat.
Yep. Great shot by Maddock. Perfectly angled cross court.
I mean, we said going into this game that this is going to be a 3-love match, and I think I'm seeing nothing at the early stages of this third game that's going to disprove that.
Nope. Good
Wow,
play by Chris.
That's an unbelievable.
Again.
Wow.
Again.
And that's going to be a stroke.
Yep.
Wow, great defense by Callas there.
Absolutely.
He stayed alive on 3 or 4 successive shots, just absolutely being pounded at him. And I think got a stroke out of it. Have they called stroke yet? Yes,
Yep.
they have. Okay, so 4-1. It's not showing up on your screen yet, but it is 4-1 now.
That's a stroke also.
Yep. Well,
So we think it's 5-1, Will, at this point?
I believe it's 5-1. I think the score is 1 behind.
Another winner by Maddock.
Yep. Well, the score's advancing. Maybe we were wrong, or maybe they missed a point
Or
there.
maybe they called a lead on that play that we thought was a stroke.
It could be. So I think the score.
Another winner by Maddock.
So I think 6-1 that you're seeing on your screen is the correct score.
Okay. I think Lopez is just trying to buck up Monroe a little bit because he looks a little discouraged to me. He's lost, this last several points have been sort of at his expense. So as he goes to the middle of the court, just can play the whole court practically. Another one. They've scored on the front left several times now.
Well, we said this was likely to be 3-love, and I think 3-love looks like it is. What's going on here, folks, is that I believe that we are trying to get the sound back, and in order to get the sound back, we've had to reboot the system. So we now have the sound, and if the picture comes back momentarily,
right.
which I believe it will, there it is. So we're now all good. We've got
7-2.
sound, and we've got the picture.
Down. Start. Hold up, hold up.
Did you? What did you call? I saw. Did you concede it? Okay. We have 2 ups here, so unless you're conceding it. Well, if they're conceding the point, then you get the point. Yeah. Are you conceding the point? Now you're not. Now you're not. All right, we're gonna play a let. Eight-two.
Well, a lot of discussion, but it didn't really matter in the end.
Cruise control.
It's a nice shot.
Yep.
Well done.
Hand out. Three-eight.
Did he miss that?
Locky right. 4-8.
Guess he did.
Distracted.
Look at that shot. Jeez, did you see that?
He has a threat to hit that on every serve.
I don't know if we have replay going
4-9.
right now, but that was a
Spectacular shot.
spectacular shot. That's one we would have liked to take a freeze frame of for posterity.
Another perfectly angled cross court.
That's power.
He gets a tremendous amount of pace on that.
Hand out. 10-4.
Wow. Whoa.
Yep, that's real power. Earning a little bit of applause from his partner there.
No that.
I don't think,
That was
sorry,
a
Ricardo, I think the
11-4.
interference was beside the point.
Right. That was a generous call.
11-5. Let.
Boy, I'm close to.
Right side. 11-5.
Racket error, but there haven't been many of those. Most have just been Chris and Manic hitting winners or winners balls that put so much pressure on the opponent that was a rare unforced racket error by Lopez.
I actually think Lopez and Monroe have played good, solid squash. They've tried to play within themselves. They're playing just a team that's operating on all cylinders. They're
6-12.
a really advanced team, and these guys have a lot to be proud of in this tournament.
And they've hit some. That's right. They've hit some. They actually had some a number of very good winners in this match.
Nice.
Good shot there.
It's a great shot.
Yep.
Right down the middle.
7-12.
Good dodge by Locky, too.
Yes, he was sort of just enough
scooted
in the way
out of the way.
Right. And he was also sort of a blockade against Chris getting back to it. Good save there.
Out.
Just a lot of pressure that that they could apply.
That's really what it is. I mean, it's just, you
Ricardo
feel like
on
you're
the
scrambling to make a get,
7-13.
scrambling to play defense,
Yep.
and occasionally these guys are hitting winners against that, but they're up against it.
Absolutely, as is every team in this tournament.
Wow.
He's just a spectacular shot maker. In addition
And
to his
out.
athleticism and his power,
14-7,
and he's
match
also the
ball.
most imaginative shot maker. He thinks of shots that others don't think about.
Well, that's also just knowing where the open court is. I mean, it's sort of we're watching the point, and you're not really thinking about, oh yeah, there's a whole quarter of the court up there that's open. But he saw it.
Yeah.
Nicely done.
Yep.
That's a great get and a reply.
Yep.
Look how
14-8.
far he had to go too.
I
That's
think
good.
Matic could have fitted a winner on that.
Yeah.
Philadelphia.
Attempt. Didn't pull it off.
Let.
Good call.
14-8.
Oh, too bad.
Yeah.
Well, nice effort.
Yeah.
Well done here.
But very workmanlike and in total control by Matic and Chris.
Yeah. But that's kind of like a great match for them. They've looked under control. This is a nice match to keep the blood flowing, keep everything going, and as you say, get them ready for where things are going to get tricky in the
So this is a
semifinals.
perfect. They couldn't have asked for a better lead into their semifinal on Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly what they wanted to have happen. They got a good workout, and they're still fresh and ready to go.
And really, it was a very worthy opponent, but to some degree, they were almost foils for Matic and Chris.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a little bit ungenerous because really, Lucky and Ricardo played really, really well.
Yeah.
They deserve. I mean, they really earned most of the points they got. There weren't any sloppy giveaways by the part of Matic and Chris.
Well, except for maybe they're on match point.
Right. But,
Ball into the bottom of the tin.
right.
But yeah, well, all right. So we're halfway through the quarterfinals. We've still got two semifinals, quarterfinals to go to get to the semis, and you can see them up on your screen. We've got 5:45. We've got Mike Ferreira, Will Hartigan against the two Jameses, James Bamber, James Stout, and then at 7:30. We've got Osama Khalifa and Kyle Martino versus Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley. So we've got some two good matches to go, but right now it is only 4:50. So we've got about an hour, almost an hour until the 5:45 match starts. So we hope that you all will join us back because we've got two more great quarterfinals to go. And for now, I'm going to sign off. This is Will Carlin for Rob Dinnerman. And we'll be back at 5:45. See you then. Hi, everybody, and welcome back. We are about to start our third quarterfinal match of the day, and this one could be potentially very interesting. We've got Mike Ferreira and Will Hartigan, who are playing the number 2 seeds, Jim Bamber and James Stout. They are a favored team by the crowd, mainly because Jim Bamber here is the current head pro of the Heights Casino. And of course, Stout, if you all know the history of the David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament, he is the 2-time defending champion. And Ferreira and Hartigan are in the blue, and Bamber and Stout are in the all-white. Just to give you orientation very quickly, Ferreira is on the left-hand side of the court of the blue. Hartigan is on the right-hand side of the court of the blue, and that is Stout on the left-hand side of the court in the white, and Jim Bamber on the right-hand side of the court in the white. I'm here again. This is Will Carlin. I'm here again with Rob Dinnerman, who is a multi-book author. Ooh, we just had a incident there. Multi-time book author, and used to write for a Squash magazine, and may well again if it ever comes back. And of course is still a player on the tour. And welcome, Rob.
Thank you very much. This should be a good match as well. This is the first time that Stout and Bamber have played together. They've never been partners before. And Stout has won, as you said, the last 2 Johnsons in 2020 with Yvonne Bodden and in 2022 with Scott Arnold. So if he wins this tournament, it'll be 3 straight Johnsons with 3 different partners, which I don't think has ever been done before in the history of the Johnson tournament.
That's interesting, because we've had a number of people who have won the title with 2 partners.
But not with 3, and certainly not with 3 in 3 years in a row.
That would. I'm sure this would be the first time.
Right, and Ferreira and
Hartigan.
Bamber got to the finals last year.
Right.
And barely lost to Arnold and Stout. And this year they're playing as opponents against each other.
Yeah, and Ferreira and Bamber had a very good partnership. They won a bunch of tournaments. They played very well together. But I guess if you're going to trade up, you trade up for Stout. That's about the only, you can't go much higher than Ferreira. I guess you go to Stout. That's it.
Well, yeah, and partly because Bamber's normal partner this year, Zach Alexander, is coaching in the high school championships. Bamber and Alexander actually have won the North American Open and Sleepy Hollow, beating Callas and Mather in both of those finals. So if those 2 teams end up in the finals, that'll be a very interesting backdrop to that.
So, given that you just said that, am I right in thinking that you think that Bamber and Stout are heavily favored in this match?
They're not fairly heavily. They're definitely the favorite, but they're still going to have to play pretty well. Hartigan and Ferreira are playing very well, but no, they're definitely favored to win. It would be an upset for sure if Ferreira and Hartigan would win.
3-all.
Stout also won the Briggs Cup earlier this year with Scott Arnold, and Stout got to the finals of both the Kellner Cup and the North American Open with Scott last season. So they were the 2nd best team on the tour last year behind Callas and Mather. Arnold has some other kind of commitment that's keeping him at his club in Toronto. So that's why Bamber and Stout teamed up, because both of their regular partners, Zach Alexander and Scott Arnold, are not available this weekend.
It's a pretty strong team, though.
That's for sure.
I don't know that either of them would play with just anybody, and
that's for sure they would not.
I think that they are both. They're both pleased with the partner that they got, so it's been a nice situation. Yep. So far, they've looked good here. It's really only one match that we've seen them play, but they looked very solid in that one match.
Sorry.
I will say that Bamber and Ferreira were a good team in the sense that both of them play at sort of full-out pace. There's no plan B. They just sort of come really ferociously at opponents. And that enabled them to win the first game 15-6 against Stout and Arnold last year before they lost in the end in a close 4. But Stout plays at a
6-3.
little bit more of a, not casual, but he plays at a more controlled pace.
Well, you have the sense that he's thinking out there, and working out various scenarios in his head,
Yeah, he does
and
that.
playing them at a reasonable pace, but an effective pace.
And nothing phases him.
Yeah, nothing
He's
phases him.
completely calm in whatever situation he's in. And he's great at staying in the moment. He doesn't tense up or act like the pressure is having any impact on him. He just stays in control. He's probably the best retriever on the tour. He's an incredibly good mover. Good point here, the best point of the match so far. A lot of fast-paced action here.
Ferreira thought the ball was down. I think he's going to be right here. I think it
8-3.
was called down.
Yep.
Yeah, left.
Well, this is a good start for Ferreira and Hartigan.
It sure is.
I think the score is 8-3, not 6-3.
Nine three.
Wow.
Yeah, it's 9-3.
A couple of errors from Bamber and Stout, part of this, but Hartigan and Ferreira playing at a good fast pace and playing well.
But as you say, Stout is unflappable. Now, the one wild card here, I will say, Rob, is that Jim Bamber is, in effect, trying to run this tournament too. He's the host pro here. He's got, every time I see him, somebody's yelling, "Where's Jim? Where's Jim? Where's Jim?" And so to say that his attention
9-4.
is being pulled in a number of different directions would not be an understatement. And I think it's really hard to play at a top level when all that's going on.
Absolutely, and he was roaming around upstairs before this match. And you're right, there were members asking him questions. He was asked to make a few decisions. It's not like he could just focus on the match itself, although he's pretty good at sort of compartmentalizing.
Yeah,
exactly.
I agree. He is very good at it, but I was really impressed with how he played yesterday, because when he got on the court, he looked pretty darn focused.
Yep.
But I know, because you and I have been dealing with him too, just as commentators, he's being pulled in a lot of directions.
Absolutely right, including by us. We
And down
had to speak with
5-9.
him on a couple of issues too.
Yeah, we're guilty as charged. But that's what happens. That's why a lot of people won't do that.
5-10.
Ferreira is very aggressive about going for serve return winners, and often on that cross drop, like the one he just successfully hit. In the North American Open last year, he
6-10.
and his partner were up 14-10 against Tor Christofferson and Elroy Leung. Got to 13-14, and he knifed a backhand serve return winner to the front right neck to salvage to win the match. So he's not afraid to do that no matter what the situation. And as I said, he plays at a very fast pace.
Well, he's got that sort of two-handed backhand whip thing that I think is really almost like a signature. It's a Ferreira signature. The stroke is very identifiable, and it's very good going into that front left corner, whether it's a front wall, side wall, or whether it's a reverse corner. He's really good at hitting both of those.
Absolutely. And he's the only player I've seen on the SGA tour that has a two-handed backhand. And I've been, following it for 2 decades. Bamber's hit a couple of tips.
And out 11-6.
can see the crowd really wants to really cheer for him, but
Yes.
they sort of have to keep it under control at this point because they're down 11-6. Stout always looks unhurried. He just sort of looks casual, but he covers a lot of ground.
Just let.
This is where if Bamber and Stout are going to make a move, they're
11-6.
going to do it now.
Right.
Otherwise, this game is going to be gone.
Yep. Shot there.
11-7.
It's a beautiful shot. Very Mike Ferreira-like, actually.
Yep.
Ooh, they got him.
They got who? They got Stout?
Yeah, Stout got hit by the ball. It wasn't hard,
11-7. Lead ball.
but Will definitely hit him.
Yeah.
Mike says it wasn't me.
That's right.
He's like, I'm on your side, just so you know, it wasn't me.
Right, that's right. Don't headhunt the next time you come around on a ball. Could be a stroke there.
Let ball.
No, it's a
Stroke.
stroke. Good call.
That's right.
Yep.
Tried a Philadelphia that stayed too shallow.
I thought
8-11,
I
10
thought I
down.
heard them say let ball, but 8-11, so they are making the move that we talked about. Wow.
Stout again. He's the head court racket tennis. Both Ferreira and Hartigan are members there. So it's actually 3 of the 4 players on court
9-11.
have a racket tennis connection. Good hand by Stout. He's a great defensive player. I think he's the best defensive player on the tour.
Stout.
Stout, yep. Seen his mobility and his incredibly good hands. It's almost impossible to hit the ball through him. Great shot. Perfect angle.
11-6, Rob. It was
Yep.
11-6.
10-11.
It's now 11-10.
Yep. And they've earned all 4 points.
This is quite, and you know what's been interesting is that Stout and Bamber have looked very relaxed about making this comeback. It has not looked like
They don't panicking when they're down 11-6. That's right. Although Stout looks relaxed all the time somehow. Good call.
Let. 10-11.
no panicking though, no feeling like they had to win a lot of points quickly.
Or do something special to get those points. Blake Bamber's really quick to the front. Let.
Yep, another
10-11.
let. I think he wanted to drive it down the wall, and Hartigan was just right there in his path.
Yeah. Second serve.
It's a nice shot because it looked like he was going to go for his little reverse. Good defense.
Great defensive team. They're such good retrievers.
Oh.
10. That's a good, worth a try, but he missed it.
It was, although that's the kind of shot when I said that it didn't look
10-12.
like they were rushed or trying to force anything. That's the first one that sort of like looked a little bit forced to me.
Look how far for that teach Bamber is.
Oh,
good
wow.
length.
Look at that length.
Perfect length. I think Stout thought
And
he was
down,
going to get his swing off the back
13-10.
wall.
Well, he was trying to make sure he had forward position. He had to do a long loop all the way around Ferreira there, and then had to go all the way back and just couldn't get there in time.
Come in.
This has been a very good game for Mike and Will here. They're in good position to try to steal this game and to make this into a match that the two Jameses would have to think about.
Yep. Oh boy, we've got this connection there. Great Philly. Great shot.
Thirteen 11.
I think they were expecting something closer than that, like a lob maybe. Great shot.
Well,
Stout's hit 2 winners in a row here.
even a 3-point
12-13,
lead when
come
you're
in.
up 13-10 is not safe. It's now 13-12.
Good play by Will. That was right into his body. Could be a stroke. Probably a let there, right?
Lead ball.
Yep.
That was close though.
It was close.
12-13. 12-13.
Out of court.
Yep.
12-14.
So we've got game balls now.
Wow.
3 game balls for Ferreira and Hartigan. Great opportunity to steal first game away here. And force James and Jim to have to really focus in to get.
Will's holding up really well here.
Ooh, that ball almost died too.
That's the point here. Let.
Just let. 12-14.
Still down 3 game balls here.
Got rid of one of them. Will overhit that serve return into the
13,
tin on
14.
top of the back the boundary line, the back wall.
It was, as they say, a decisive tin.
A loud one.
A loud one. Oh, no. Wow. 2 tins in a row, and now
14
it's
all.
anyone's game here at
Game
14 all.
He'll go for stuff. I mean, he pulled up a couple of winners on serve returns this game also. But they really need this game, Ferreira and Hartigan. This would be very disappointing
They've
for them
had
if they
3
lose this
chances
game
at it.
after
This is
having
their
to
third
lead the whole way
chance.
through.
It's a double game ball.
That could be a stroke. Wow. I think that was the right call, though.
Let's see it here.
Okay, that's a stroke.
Yep, that's a stroke.
Yep. Wow, they needed that game. That is a very.
really
If they
did
could
need
bounce
that
back
game.
from losing that game the way they did, more power to them. That is a very disheartening way to lose a game.
14-12, right? So 3 match, 14-12 or 14, yeah, 14-12
13-10 and 14-12.
and 14-12.
Right,
So
right.
they did, in fact, have 3 game balls there. The third one
Right.
being a double game ball for each, but 3 game balls.
Wow.
And they just couldn't put it away.
So
And
let's see what
they
happened.
played a really good game, though. I
They
mean,
played a good game until the end there. There was
Till
a
the
bad
end.
tin by Ferreira. There were 2 tin serve returns.
2
An
tins.
overhit and a tin, and then a
one
stroke.
by each partner.
Right, and that means that they staged a 3-point rally without hitting a winner.
That's true.
And both serves were very returnable.
And the third one was a stroke.
Right, I'm saying.
Yeah,
They
yeah,
didn't
yeah.
hit a winner, those 3 points. Will overhit a serve return. Michael cut one too close, and then the stroke.
Well, we had said that we thought this was that Stout and Bamber were the definite favorites here.
Absolutely favorites. Not the way Manic and Chris were. Not quite at that level,
not quite, but close. These are the number 2
solid,
seeds.
solid favorites.
Solid favorites, and but Ferreira and Hartigan played really well.
They
and
really outplayed them that game.
I thought they were going to steal that game. I thought they.
and it wouldn't have been a steal either because they outplayed
No,
them.
you're right.
Yeah.
But a steal only in
In
that
the sense that they would, right.
it was kind of a surprise. And
Right.
It's the start of the match.
Right. Ferreira has a habit of starting fast, and for them to lose this first game after
A good start.
That great start, and
A
a great
really
start
good
by
start.
him too.
Yeah. Both of them were playing well.
That's
That's
gonna-
really
that's-
boy,
this is a
those
real
last
good-
3 points.
This is
Brutal.
a real gut check.
Really, I
Right.
mean, it'll be really interesting to see how they start now. I sort of have the sense that Ferreira will keep just going for it. That's what he's going to do. But it's going to be interesting to see whether they wind up at the top of the tin or just above the tin.
Right. No, he goes for things. He cuts it close. He hit a 10 at the end of the. He hit a 10 at 14-13 in the finals last year.
Yeah.
He hit
Yes,
a
that's
volley
right.
on his racket and caught the 10 with it. I mean, if you play with him, you have to understand he's going to go for it.
He's going to go
and that
for
means
it.
you're going to benefit from the winners, and you have to live with the tins. But that was a tough one to hit after Will had tinned his serve return.
Absolutely.
And maybe that's one situation where you let the point get started and try to win it later on. Because those 2 unreturned serves, when you're up 14-12, those are killers, especially if you don't win the point after that and lose it on a stroke.
I mean, that's one of the things about the way Mike Ferreira plays is that now his partners just banged a ball into the tin. Are you sure you want to go for it yourself right there?
That's exactly what I was saying. That they really.
I mean, I respect the fact that, I mean, he believes in himself. He believes he can make it. But boy, that's because if you don't make it, it's more costly than a tin and another point would
Absolutely
be.
right. Or even if you lose the point in a different way.
Or if you lose the point in a
Right.
different way, right?
Right.
It's just psychologically really hard to give away 2 return of serves
Right.
in a game where the rallies had actually been fairly long.
Yeah, they have. And hard fought and lots of battling in the middle of the court. And they're completely holding their
Well, I
own in that
believe
situation.
we're already underway here.
Okay.
Okay, let's see. Whoa.
Okay. Just lost the ball on the side wall.
1-0.
So, yeah, that was the second point. It's
So
1
it's
all
1 all,
now.
right. Will has a good forehand overhead. He's putting plenty of pressure on them with that swing.
That's a nice shot.
Okay, great shot.
There it is.
Cut it.
If only that had been on the return of serve. Sorry. I'll let go of it now.
That does a nice serve cut. First corner he cut. And for him to beat Stout, you've got to hit him beautifully angled.
He just saw it late on this one, I think, Rob.
Yeah, so he caught the 10 on that one, I think.
Yeah, it was just a little late racket prep.
Yeah.
Yes, let. 2-0.
Good call. They'll give it to him, I think.
Yes, let. 2-0.
Nice gap.
Nice.
Wound up
Actually
being a
put some
great
pressure.
shot.
It's almost like a drop shot. They'll have to make a good get to keep that in play.
Yep. It's going to be a let.
Good call.
Right. 2-0. Right side. Yes.
Good call.
Let. 2-0.
This will be about the third or fourth time I've played this point now.
Yes, let. 2-0.
The pace has picked up here, Rob, a little
Pace
bit.
is very high, and it's mostly at midcourt.
Oh, wow, that's
Good
a
get
great
there.
get by Ferreira. Good coverage by Hartigan.
Yep, they're still in it. They're playing well again now. They seem to have shaken off the way that first game ended.
It's impressive, actually, and that's a great cross-court nick by Ferreira
3-2.
to really catch Bamber off guard here. It's broken around him just at really the perfect place.
Coming in. 3-0.
So it's 3-all early in the second game. First game was a one-point affair. Bamber and Stout were down 14-12. They won the last 3 points, or actually,
3-0.
really to be fair, Ferreira and Hartigan lost the last 3 points on 2 return of serve errors and a stroke call. So Bamber and Stout, who are the number 2 seeds, are in fact up 1 game to love, and it's early in the second game, 3-all. This has been a good match. We expected Bamber and Stout to have a definitive edge, but we knew that Ferreira and Hartigan could be tough opponents, and in the first game they were very tough until really the very, very end of the game.
Good play.
But as Rob Dinnerman, my co-analyst here, just said a moment
4-3.
ago, what Ferreira and Hartigan have done to bounce back in this start of the second game has been impressive, because it was a disappointing way to lose the first.
Terrible, but tough way to lose the game for sure. Stout was full of that late wristy little roll corner.
It's so casual, and
Yeah,
it just
does it right,
dies.
and suddenly the ball's just darting in front of you.
Yeah, and it just dies. It just dies up there, too.
Plus, he has the lob option, the drive option, so he's already made the other team aware of the fact that he can do other things, and that makes that roll corner even more effective. Good play by Ferreira.
5-4.
So Bamber and Stout have a slim 1-point margin at the start of the second game. We're still in really the early stages. It's 5-4. And the reason that's notable is just that it wouldn't be inconceivable that Stout and Bamber would be running away with it at this point.
After when the first game ended. Yeah.
Exactly. So it's notable that it's very tight right now still. That's an amazing defensive get.
That's another one.
Amazing defensive get.
Wow, it was turned into an offensive winner.
I can't believe he won this point. What happens here? Does it hit the neck?
It just hit
it
past
goes
him.
just around
That's
him.
a great play by Bamber.
He's still finishing his follow-through from having wound up so hard.
That's right.
So
both great defensive plays by both players. First by Stout and then by Bamber.
I mean, tremendous, because, I mean, Mike Ferreira just absolutely wound up to hit that as hard as he possibly could. And what Bamber just did, by getting it to go back to him, he really literally had not finished his follow-through.
Absolutely.
And the ball is already back past him.
Right.
He was tempted to try and hit it off the back wall, which I'm very glad he did not try to do, since he's about 10 feet from the front wall.
That's right. It wouldn't have worked.
It wouldn't have worked.
And it might have hit somebody in the gallery.
Exactly. But he thought about it for a second. You saw him think about it.
I think he was so frustrated that the ball was by him.
Yeah, he couldn't believe it.
Stout, that was less than 5 feet from the front wall when he made his retrieve. He was absolutely stuck up there.
It's crazy, the reflexes of Bamber and Stout on that point.
Reflexes.
So anyway, now it's just a 2-point game. And this is a good game. All 4 players are playing well right now.
Yep. And they're playing well together with their respective partners. There, good defensive team play. But they're swinging away.
Yeah, the power has really gone up a notch. And what a great shot by Hartigan.
That is right.
Partly because it looked like he was going to absolutely bash it, and instead he hits a little roll corner.
Yep, boy, that really,
Going in, 5-6.
That was a very late adjustment he made.
It caught Bamber by a little bit by surprise.
Oh,
and
absolutely.
He still almost got it.
Yeah, he did. But Bamber's got the middle covered on those when Ferreira tries to go down there.
And an overhead winner.
Yep.
Bamber's playing quite well. I mean,
5-7.
Good reflexes.
Oh, that's a great play.
Good decision making.
Yeah, that's a long angle. You have to cut it across.
Oh, wow. Nice get by Stout.
He's the best defensive player of the game. He really is. And he's also was the world rackets champion. And that ball's flying at you like a golf ball. So this is almost like slow motion for him by comparison.
Not just the world rackets champion, but maybe some consider maybe the best of all time. I
Exactly.
mean, he actually retired undefeated for 12 years in a row.
That's right. He never gave up the title. He retired.
He retired undefeated.
That's right. And he's won some world doubles championships also in rackets.
Yep, doubles, and he's also won a couple of prestigious court tennis titles.
Yep.
If there's a racket involved, he's pretty good.
That's right. That's right. But in terms of his reflexes when the balls are crushed at him, I think that what he's done with rackets has him very well prepared to deal with anything that's hit at him in a doubles court.
So that's interesting. So when you say that he's, just a quick review here, the score is 8-5 now. Stout and Bamber have forged a 3-point lead in the second game. But Rob, I want to go back to, you said that he's the best defensive player in the game. And you're not necessarily saying, I don't think, the best retriever in the game. You're talking about defense as an entire thing.
Exactly right. Between the eye-hand coordination on balls hit at him, sort of knowing what shot's about to come, tremendous speed also, great anticipation. I just think it's harder to hit a winner against him than it is against anybody else on the SDA Tour.
Oh. And He can also put the ball away.
Oh, he's
like
a very good offensive, but he doesn't have the most firepower of anybody on the tour.
No, but
Ball's
it's
But he's a very good offensive
9-6.
player
he
also.
can end the points. I mean,
Right.
he can end points.
He can definitely come to end points. A combination of the number of options he has, and also he's very good at knowing what the right shot to hit and knowing what the opponents are expected to hit and doing something else.
So Bamber and Stout are maintaining a
That's
3-point
another
lead.
situation
It's
again,
9-6.
by the way. Where
That's a good get by Ferreira off the back wall.
No lead. No lead. Coming in, 7-9.
I'm not sure that
That's
was no lead.
interesting.
I think Bamber had a swing at it.
Yeah, I think
was a
Bamber had a
well-hit
swing
ball.
at it too.
Right.
I'm surprised they're. Well, everyone seems to agree. So what do we know?
Right. And it's the kind of call that Ferreira and Hartigan need at this point. Although they're playing well, but
They are playing well. Oh, not that shot though.
no. A couple
That
of
was
errors.
an
A couple of
attempted
errors.
reverse corner by Ferreira into the bottom of the tin. It's now a 3-point game again. They are behind 7-10 in the second game, also trailing 1 game to love. That's a rare
8-10.
error by Stout. Ooh.
Calling a lead on that.
He was holding his swing, but the ball then hit the racket and then went off and hit him in the head.
Right side, 8-10. Right, Mike, right side. 8-10.
Well, I think you can hear the referee. It's 8-10.
Good shot there.
nice
He's done that a
shot.
couple of times. Michael's got
9-10.
very, very good angles on his cross court. So they're right there this game.
1-pointer right now.
With a stroke kind of back towards him.
Oh,
Good spot, good play.
he caught Will a little off guard, and I have to say that's we haven't really said that this match.
11-9 coming in.
Will has been super steady over there.
Yeah.
He hasn't been caught off guard almost ever.
No,
That's right.
down.
That was a tough angle to hit a good cross court of also because he was already close to the right wall.
Yep.
Good play there.
I don't think Hartigan got that ball.
Nope,
So
nope,
I
nope.
think it's
12-9.
Yep.
3-point lead again, 12-9 as we're moving into the end stages here of game number 2. Ferreira is slapping his thigh, saying, "Let's go, get awake."
He's a little hyper out there always in a way that actually helps him. Got a lot of energy. Good play there by Will. Boy, Stout is so calm out there. Really, no matter how frenetic the play is.
That ball is down. It's going to make it
13-9.
4 points, 13-9.
Three
Right.
pretty quick points to
Hand
get
out.
some
Yep.
separation.
Yep. I hate to say it, a little reminiscent of the first game. Not quite as in a desperate situation, but 3 quick points again.
After they'd worked awfully hard to get it down to 1.
And in the first game, having worked awfully hard to get to game ball.
Yep.
Up,
Oh, wow.
up.
Miss hit, but still they count.
A miss hit, 3-wall, Nick for a winner.
14-9,
So that
game
brings us
ball.
to game ball. 5 game balls now, 14-9. This will give them a 2-love lead if they convert one of these.
Boy, Stout with that play. It's just tremendous hand reflexes. Even by SDA standards, that's probably a stroke.
Red ball.
Could have been a stroke call.
Could have been a stroke, definitely.
And that's the call that Ferreira and Hartigan need, and they're going to try to rally.
Slide.
Ferreira knows that he's arguing, but
Yeah, it's
I like this.
8.
That was awfully
14,
shallow,
49.
that Philadelphia.
Red ball.
all right. Still 5 game balls. Nice get by Hartigan. Bamber really teed off on it. Oh, and Ferreira absolutely slams the ball into the top of the 10.
After a tremendous get by Stout to keep that
Yes,
point alive.
another one of those where
Right.
he's at about 7 feet from the front
Right,
wall and
right.
operating on pure instinct.
And all stretched out. That's a great play by Stout to keep that point alive.
This has really been, for me, Rob, a tale of near the end of the game, 3-point sequences. So in the first game, 14-12, boom, 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 return serve, stroke. And then right there, where they got to close the gap to 1, it wasn't quite at the end of the game, but it was 3 quick points again, and all of a sudden,
And that is 13-9, and then 2 points after that.
yeah,
Right.
it's just been, it's really too bad because, as you remarked on when that happened, they worked so hard.
They worked so hard, and they earned their way to making the score that close.
In both games.
Right.
And then to sort of give it away so
Right.
quickly.
But I mean, this game was a painful game to lose, but that first game was a blow to the heart. It really was.
But actually,
I mean, it's the kind of game that you don't recover from.
well, it says a lot that they played as well as they did in the second game,
Yep.
having dropped the first. But our instinct was that Bamber and Stout were going to make it through this match. Could be a little resistance. It's been, I think, more than a little, but I think it's going to look like it's going to be 3-0 again here.
Or 4 at the most. I really don't. And one other thing, too. Bamber, and especially Stout individually, are great finishers.
Yeah.
They're not going to have the kind of let-up that Liu and Haycox did in the third game in the previous match.
Yep. My instinct is just saying this is 3-0.
And Bamber's in his own building now. The crowd's behind
and
him.
Bamber, by the way, I feel like, all those people who are asking about their seating assignments,
Right.
he's been able to put that to bed and really focus.
Right. All credit to him, because that, as you're saying, that is not easy to do at all.
No, it really isn't.
He was being almost assaulted up near the cocktail area.
No, I'm joking a little bit about seating assignments, but they're 100% seriously. Jim has been a man in demand here by members and by players and even by the people who are commentators like us. Everybody has a question for him, and
or a favor to ask of him.
or a favor to ask,
Right.
or some special thing that they need.
Right.
And he's done a masterful job of compartmentalizing and putting it to bed.
Right.
And playing. I thought maybe the first game at the very start is a little bit.
And then, by the way,
wasn't there,
our
but-
seating assignments on those benches, so you do have to sort of keep try to.
Oh no,
keep
I was saying that just as an example, but I have no doubt that there have been questions about seating assignments.
Right.
There's some people who are definitely very interested in making sure they can see this great excitement. So we're happy that you are here with us. The 4 players are back on court. We'll be going back there now. They have not started yet. And that's the team in white are Bamber and Stout.
Silence, please. Third game. Level.
Thank you.
And he's over there all the time for rackets and court tennis and stuff. He's a member. He's practically a member of the Queen's Club. He's there
Silence,
so
please.
often.
Well,
Thank you.
We're talking about James Stout there, and he's an international player. He's known as Jamie in Europe and James here in the U.S. But wherever he is, he's also regarded as just a master with the racket, and he's shown that tonight or this afternoon. I guess it's still afternoon, evening, whatever it is.
5:45 was the start, so early evening. Good first point.
I do admire the resilience of Ferreira and Hartigan. As after the first game losing a heartbreaker, they came back, they played tough through the second game. Now they've got to be hurting mentally a little bit, but they're just going to keep plugging away.
Yep. Like Stout is hot as can be now. There, that right into the nick in front of him. Wow, it's a great shot. It was way up front too, and it still had no play on it.
It's a nice shot by Hartigan there.
1-2.
Yeah.
So 1 serving 2 in the third game. Bamber and Stout have the 2-game-to-love lead. And this is the third of 4 quarterfinals that are being played today.
Good play there. Got it passed out. I think he hit it into the tin in the back wall.
Yeah, I think maybe into the bottom of the tin. That's why it bounced back down. But in the other 2 matches, we've had both of the seeded I'm actually incorrect. We've had the number 1 seed team of Chris Callas and Manik Mathur have made it through, and we had a little bit of an upset in the other match where Clinton Liu, and this is a great point here.
Great retrieve by Stout, by the way, in there on the front left.
Yep. After some moments of chaos here, they've sort of reset. It's a good long point. Oh. Beautiful shot by Stout.
He's done that several times. He really gets you on hold. He waited as long as he could on that and did it late with his wrist.
Yeah.
Right side.
Very tough to read, almost impossible to get unless you're anticipating that. And by then he's worked you over with the other options too. So it's just a great play, but also a great thought.
And that's a return a serve winner now. Stout is clearly feeling it. He looks very relaxed. He's hitting winners almost at will here. But let me just wrap up the other quarterfinal match, which is Adam Bues. Oof. Was Adam Bues and Colin West were playing Clinton Liu and Jamie Haycox, and Bues and West were seated in the 3-4 position, but Rob had correctly predicted that could be a very close match, and indeed it was, and it went the way of the slightly unfavored team, Clinton Liu and Jamie Haycox, and that was the first time they'd ever beaten Bues and West. It was really a fun match, 5-game affair. And that's where we are. This is the third quarterfinal. So we've got one seeded team has made it through, one team that might have even been the 5th seeded team if we had had 5 through 8 seeds. Made it through, and here it looks for all purposes like we're probably going to have the number 2 seeds survive and advance.
They're certainly looking good right now.
They're looking very good. Scores 2-love, 5-3.
And both the first 2 games were discouraging in their own way. The first one, they triple game point, and the second one, they crawled to 9-10 and then lost the last 5 points.
Yep, that's Ferreira and Hartigan who did that work.
Great shot there.
Another great shot by
He's
Stout.
been looking for that all night, and this time he got it on his racket and just poked it in front of Will. Good play.
Bamber.
Yep.
Nice little forehand drop volley.
So it's supposed to be 6-3 now, right?
It is 6-3 now.
Yeah.
Scoreboard is wrong again. Just so you all know, the reason that happens, we believe that the scoreboard sometimes gets a little bit behind, is because of the Wi-Fi connection. So you'll see it will periodically catch back up to us. It goes in and out a little bit, but
so it's 4-6, isn't it?
I think that is right, 4-6.
Well, Will's been swinging away. He hasn't backed off at all.
Will, to my recollection, he's only made 1 unforced error in the whole match. I mean, he's played a good match.
He has.
Wow, that's a nice hold by Bamber.
Good choice. Ferreira wasn't looking for it.
4-7.
Good play.
4-7.
4-7. Yep. So we were right, Rob. We've been tracking the score correctly.
That could be a stroke.
Stroke.
Yep.
Yep.
Good call. 5-7.
5-7.
Will sold it a little bit. I think that was a close.
No, but I think it was a stroke.
Will has not been giving ground on the right against Bamber. He really hasn't. But Stout at a cross court, a tight little angle cross court nick. Not much room there. Not much room there.
No, really, and it looks elegant almost the way he hits it too.
Oh boy, a racket error there.
9-5.
See, they can't afford any of those things.
No, yeah.
They have no margin for error against this team, especially after the way those first 2 games went. Hit a winner, good for him, but that's really a tough thing to do right after the way the previous point ended. And maybe not the wisest choice, although it did work in this case. He wants a stroke again here.
Could get it.
Lead ball.
No.
9-6.
9-6. 3 points in the clear right now for the team that's leading 2 games to love. And our number 2 seeds.
Good nick by Bamber. Yeah, that's a good play. Ferreira looks a little discouraged to me, his body language.
Yeah.
10-6.
I mean, I think it's hard not to be honest,
Right.
at this point.
But it looks like this match has taken a toll on him.
You probably all heard the referee. It's 10-6 now, not 5-3.
11-6 now.
11-6.
This is getting away.
So, yep, it's getting away fast.
And
Nice resistance from Ferreira and Hartigan, but in the end, it's proven to be too big a task.
And this team is not going to let up either. They're not going to let them back in. They're going to have to really earn their way in, and that's going to be a lot to ask for at this point. Stout is an amazing defensive player. He really is. That ball was 2 feet behind him, but he got it back. Good play there.
Oh,
Great play by Stout.
he made that look so
Great
easy
choice.
and obvious.
What a great choice.
Watch this.
Whoa.
Oh,
Wow, that was he has a tremendous court presence. He really does. He knows where everybody is, where everybody's moving.
12-6.
He has just a great sense of what the right shot to hit is.
Really
A play like that's
beautifully
actually
done.
demoralizing to lose a point on. Out of court.
Out of court. That's going to be 13-6, I believe.
13-6.
Yep.
13-6.
13-6. Oh, now it's Bamber's turn.
No, we don't play cat and mouse with Stout. That was a mistake on Rick's part.
14-6.
Will's
Match
part,
ball.
rather.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, nice shot.
A little too late there at this point.
7-14 coming in.
You
7-14.
think at 6-14 it's a little
I
too,
thought it was
little too
14.
late?
Now,
13 or 14 right now.
I think it's 7-14 right now.
I think so too.
Oh, missed it. 14-8.
8-14.
8-14, yep. Still match ball. And there it is.
Wow, a winner by Stout to finish it.
Coming nice.
Oh, good shot. That was a very, very convincing performance. They really, I mean, both of the top two seeds are in top form. They're going to be reasonably fresh coming into tomorrow's semis. They're playing, they subdued, and that's the right term in this match, very good opponents.
Yeah, I mean, and Ferreira and Hartigan played well,
Right.
and they just really were not in. I mean, they were in the first two games for parts of it, but they were really not in the match.
That's right, and they certainly weren't in the third game.
No, the third game was a
and they
runaway.
absolutely had, as we said at the top, they had to have their first game.
Yeah.
They played too well, and too many things went their way for them to be able to survive not winning it. And the way it got away from them with two missed serve returns and a stroke, it's just against a team like Stout and Bamber, you're not going to recover from that.
That's well, this has been very interesting to see the top two seeds play as well as they have. It looks to me right now like those two teams are playing at a slightly different level than everybody else in the tournament. But there is another group of four people out there who want to prove me wrong.
And
who are
this could be
coming
a
out.
very good match, by the way, because Kelly and Pilley are an excellent team.
Well, let me tell everybody who it is. You can see it on the screen, but it's Sam Khalifa and Kyle Martino versus Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley. And Cuskelly and Pilley are the number 3-4 seeds.
Right.
And they've been playing very well lately. For those of you who follow the PSA, they, of course, were both top 20. I think Cameron was top 15 player in singles, and Pilley and Cuskelly got to number 20, where he hung out in the top 20 for almost 2.5 straight years.
Uh-huh.
So, these are two very, very good singles players who turned their attention really near the end of their singles careers to doubles and have transitioned beautifully.
They have, and they've transitioned beautifully together. And they also, not only have they played well on the tour, they played very well here last year.
Yes.
And
They like this court. They actually said that to me the other night. I was talking to them, and they were like, "Oh, we really like this court."
Well, they
So
played
there's
well.
something about the court
They were ahead of the eventual champions, Stout and Arnold, 2-0.
Well, Rob, I want to thank you for coming. I think you're not doing the last match with me tonight, but you will be back for the semis and the finals
and I'm looking forward
tomorrow.
To that. Yep, I'm looking forward to that a great deal. And this could be a good quarterfinal, though. Cuskelly and Pilley are definite favorites, but Osama's played very, very well, and he and Kyle are they actually were ahead of Chris Callas and Manic Mather 2-1 in a Big Apple Open quarterfinal. They wound up losing, and Callas and Mather won the tournament. But they've given them they have a chance at this match, a real chance.
It could be very interesting.
And at the very least, it'll be interesting to see this is the last match of the night. How does whoever comes out of this, how are they going to be in the semifinal tomorrow?
Well, we've got a bit of time, as you can see on your screen. That match is scheduled to start at 7:30, and that's about 40 minutes from now, a little less than that. So we'll take a break, we'll turn ourselves off, and we will see you again just before match time at 7:30. Thank you all. Hello and welcome to the quarterfinals night, the end of quarterfinals night here at the Heights Casino in Brooklyn, New York. We are at the David C. Johnson Memorial Squash Tournament. I'm Will Carlin. I'm the head commentator for these championships. And tomorrow I actually think I'm going to be introducing players and maybe doing some post-match interviews on the court as well. We're hoping that actually happens, but some of you may know me from doing that role on some singles events. But I'm really happy to be doing the commentary for this, and the matches have been really fun today so far. And we've got one more great one coming up. The players in this one, we have the 3-4 seed of Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, who are from Australia, both of them. And you may know them also as having been retired, but very top-level singles players. They were both in the top 20 in the world in singles. And they are playing Osama or Sam Khalifa and Kyle Martino, who have been playing very well themselves in this match. Even though we have one team that is theoretically seated and the other team less so, this could be a very interesting match because Sam Khalifa and Kyle Martino are a very good team, and they looked good in a long 5-game match over one of doubles players' best all-time, Chris Walker, and his partner, Tor Christofferson, which Khalifa and Martino won in 5 games, coming back from 2-1 down to actually take that match. So I'm looking forward to this match. I think it could be a fun way to end the evening. The rallies are likely to be long and interesting, and all the players are skilled and fair. So let's go down to the court where the players are, I think, starting to gather for the pre-match photograph. And that, of course, taking the photograph is our tournament director and person who just won his match, Jim Bamber, who is the head pro here at the Heights Casino. He's in the blue sweater, who just snapped that photo. And he's also the number 2 seed in this tournament with his partner, James Stout. So they are a formidable team, and they looked really good in their outing, which was the match just before this one. And just to get you oriented on the court, the players in black here, or the dark clothes, I think they're black, it might be navy blue, but are Ryan Cuskelly on the left. He's the left-hander as well, and Cameron Pilley, who's on the right. And their opponents are Sam Khalifa, who is on the left wall for the team in white, and Kyle Martino, who's on the right wall for the team in the white. And that should get us going now. Just to tell you quickly a little bit about them, Kyle Martino is ranked number 11 in the SDA rankings, and Sam Khalifa is ranked number 13. Sam went to Deerfield and then Columbia. He was a first-team All-America all 4 years that he was at Columbia. He won the Performer of the Year at Columbia, the Athlete of the Year at Columbia, and he also won the College Squash Skillman Award, which is the highest honor given to any individual squash collegiate male every year. We have a number of Skillman Award winners in the doubles tournament this year, which is actually a reflection on just the type of people who have really gravitated to doubles. These are really highly sportsmanlike and yet very competitive players. Kyle Martino went to Dartmouth. He's class of 16. And he actually just won a Pittsburgh Challenger tournament with John Russell just a couple of weeks ago. So he's playing very well as well. And as I said, they beat Tor Christofferson and Chris Walker in the first round, 10-15, 15-14, 10-15, 15-10, 15-8. So really tight match and a lot of fun. So Ryan Cuskelly and Cameron Pilley, on the other hand, are doing unbelievably well. They won Oxbridge, the Oxbridge tournament, without losing a game, and they are both playing very well. They play pretty much exclusively, almost exclusively, with each other, and they've got a really good partnership and friendship that goes all the way back to Australia days. So the match is underway now, and let's sit back and see how the first few points unfold here.
Violet, Lowell. Lowell.
Cameron actually thought that should have been a stroke on the first point. I think the referees were sort of
1 love left.
maybe not quite ready for a close call on the first point. Could have been a stroke, but anyway, everybody is okay. They won the point. It's 1 love, Cuskelly and Pilley.
Yep, level. 1 love left.
That may have looked like a whiff if you were doing it, but he was just exaggerating and really asking for a lap, and so we're playing that. Now, one of the interesting
2 love,
battles
right
to
side.
watch for is the Cameron Pilley, Kyle Martino battle on the right-hand side of the court. Cameron, is, you can probably tell, is very tall. I think he's almost
3 love,
6'4", or
left.
he is 6'4". He's also still the world record holder of the hardest hit squash ball that's ever been recorded in history, which I believe was 176 miles an hour. And he knows how to position himself well. So you may see Kyle
now,
be out in
1-3.
front of him a little bit, but that'll be because Cameron is
Second
okay
serve.
with that. So, but that could turn into a battle there. Kyle is very fast on that right-hand side, and I think he's going to look to try and stay in front of Cameron as much as possible. And Cameron may let that happen for a little bit, but he's going to want to fight Kyle as well.
One 4 left side. Khalifa.
On the left-hand side of the court, the battle between Ryan Cuskelly and Sam Osama Khalifa is also going to be interesting. Ryan can hit the ball very hard with his left-handed forehand, and Sam Khalifa is really brilliant with the racket. A great shot maker, possibly a better shot maker than Ryan, but Ryan's no slouch either. And it's Sam's backhand against Ryan's forehand. That's
No
a
let.
that's a close let.
2-4 right side.
And I think they said no let. So oh,
And out. 5-2.
that ball hit the top of the tin. So we've gone through
Left
the
side,
Khalifa
5-2.
Martino serves fairly quickly, and we're back to Cuskelly and Pilley.
You coming in from the left? 5-2. Yep. Second serve. Yep. 5-2 left side. Level 5-2.
It's a nice shot.
5-3 right side.
Overhead
Cuskelly
by
right side.
Martino. Here it is. He's got position. He hits a reverse corner overhead. Nicely done.
Level 5-3
It's a let ball, but that's one where
right side.
you could tell the referee is sort of thinking a little bit about whether, I mean, you'd sort of like Martino to play that ball. He's really stretched out there. Cameron's not really that much in the way. Like to see him play that ball. Nice defense by Pilley, getting the ball nice and high. This court can be tricky to hit a nice lofting lob off of, but he did it well. It's a nice point. Fast and slow. Now we're in a fast stretch here. Pounding it, ball's going into the corners. Some good retrieving. I think Sam's asking for a let.
5-3 right side. Caskelli right side.
And I think it was granted. Still 5-3.
By 3.
Wow.
6-3 left.
This is a great shot by Caskelli. Watch here, ending it just right into the nick there. It sort of rolls out. Nice shot. Great get by Pilley. You're not going to hit through Pilley over there. Got to be careful. For a big man, Pilley moves very well. And of course, if you let him tee off on the ball, he's going to win a lot of points, just as he did right there.
7-3 right
You
side.
could see that
Caskelli.
Kyle Martino was just giving him some balls off the back wall here that just are going to be right into Cameron Pilley's sweet spot. And indeed, he hit a cross-court nick that took Khalifa by surprise a little bit. And Caskelli and Pilley have started off very strong here. I thought this match might be anyone's first game here. And right now, Caskelli and Pilley look fairly much in control. But that's a great shot by Sam Khalifa to close the gap. Now back
And
to
out,
3.
4-7.
It's 7-4 or 4-7. Just edging out Caskelli there and hitting a nice, controlled, very soft backhand drop shot. Beautiful shot by Khalifa. Good get by Martino. And I think that was a miss hit winner by
5-7
Martino. Yes,
left.
it was. So it's 5-7. It was just 7-3 a second ago. 5-7 is a much more comfortable score than getting down by 5 or 6 points. So nicely done by Khalifa and Martino. That could be a stroke.
Stroke.
Yep.
6-7.
6-7, close the gap all the way to 1. This is a nice stretch for Khalifa and Martino. And that is a very solid 10 by Ryan Caskelli, so we are now dead even in the first game. This is a little bit more what I was expecting. I think that this match has the potential to be very close. I think it may be a 4 or 5 game match.
It's out.
And I think
8-7 right.
both teams are capable of winning this match. Oh,
8-all left side, Khalifa.
that's not a great error by Sam. He looked like he was trying to just sort of really guide that in instead of finish his stroke all the way through. Has a beautiful drop shot, a beautiful reverse
Out.
when he actually makes sure that he strokes the ball all the way through, and that was just a little bit too
Coming
pokey.
in, 9-8.
And with that, and then another point on top of that, Caskelli and Pili have now gone back into the lead by 1 point, but we're back in fourth here in the first game.
Level, 9-8.
Playing let. Things got a
Right
little
side.
bit crowded there. I think Pili called the let, but there was contact. That is a really nice shot off the back
9-all
wall
left side.
by Sam Khalifa, edging out Caskelli, finding a nice little path, wave up front. Oh, Martino
10-9 right side.
worked for a nice position. That point was a well-played point until the last shot. Martino just got the 10 on that. So Caskelli and Pili up 1 point, 10-9 as we get to the end part of this first game. You can see Pili really wanting to tee off on the ball here. He's had some good success, especially in combination with hitting a reverse. They're really trying to pound Martino.
$11-9 right, left, sorry, Caskelli, left side, 11-9. Level, 11-9.
Playing a light here, still 11-9. Caskelli and Pili holding that slim 2 point lead. It's gone back and forth, but it's back and forth for a little bit, and now they've forged a 2 point lead, which they've held now for a couple lets.
$12-9 right.
It's a nice little 3-wall by Ryan. He got Martino stuck a little bit back, and
12-9.
he almost picked it up, Martino did, but Caskelli got the nick and the point. So it's now a 3 point gap as we are coming into the end stages here of the first game. Nice shot by Khalifa.
Hand out, 10-12.
One thing that I
10-12.
think
Hand out.
Khalifa and Martino are doing well is they're looking to try and change the pace, particularly when Sam gets his racket on the ball. He's looking to try and hit either a soft drop shot or an angle shot or something to take away from the hard hitting that Pili and Caskelli are doing very effectively. It's a nice shot
10-13
by Caskelli, hitting an overhead into Martino's
Khalifa
body.
left, 10-13.
Still a 3 point lead here, but we're inching toward the end of the game, and it's now 10-13. Well, that was a little bit of a sloppy
11-13.
mistake by Cuskelly.
Hand out, 14-11, game ball.
And here we are at game ball. Cuskelly and Pilley have actually wrangled their way in a close game here to a 3-point lead. That ball hit the tin, I believe. Cuskelly's did.
14-12, left side.
14-12.
Cuskelly left.
Cuskelly and Pilley will want to put this away.
14-12.
They were in control of this game. They sort of lost control for a little bit. Now they've regained control. Let's see if they can actually put it away here.
Play let, 14-12, left side.
That's being called ostensibly a safety let, and I think there's truth to that. It's also a good let for Cuskelly and Pilley because things were a little crazy there. Good scramble by Martino, but no, not to no avail. A great shot by Cuskelly to take it over and to put the game away, and that makes it 15-12. Game was an interesting game. Started off with a nice lead by Cuskelly and Pilley. Then that lead was completely erased and taken over by Khalifa and Martino. And then it went back and forth until the very end there, and then finally Cuskelly and Pilley opened up a 3-point lead. So that's the story of the first game. The strategy has been Cuskelly and Pilley are going to hit the heck out of the ball. Khalifa is trying to work some of his magic, and Martino is looking right now, he's in sort of survival mode as he's being picked on by the power of Cuskelly and Pilley. And that's going to be the difference right now, is how well Martino can defend and whether Khalifa gets enough opportunities to work his magic. So we'll be back, and I'm going to be joined by Susie Pierpont when we come back for the next game, and we'll be back in about a minute or so.
Yeah.
I'll move around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
The old guys too. So
I like getting up. I like getting up early.
I'm an early riser.
Yeah.
I'm up. I can't sleep.
No.
But after this match, I'm gonna be like, Mikey, I'll see you soon. Yeah.
Good. Yeah. I'm okay. You? I'm like winning out there. Very quick. But he makes two. He's got to be a backboard. You know? But this guy's. If they do that, they're okay. But if they don't, you can't.
Okay, well, welcome back, and as promised, I am sitting here with one of the best women's players of all time. Susie Pierpont has won 36 doubles titles, 6 national titles, 4 in women's doubles, 2 in mixed doubles. and she's been instrumental in
Yeah, give me 1
helping
sec,
this
guys.
tournament go smoothly
Sorry.
as well. Susie, welcome.
Hey, well, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Caskelli and
So
Philly
this
lead
match
1 game
has
to
been
love.
really a
Love
story of one team that wants to pound the heck out of the ball, which has been, as I'm sure you know, the Australian pair of Caskelli and Pili. And Sam has been trying to mix up the pace quite a bit, but they've really been pounding it primarily at Martino, but also a little bit at Sam. So that brings you up to speed.
Got it. I mean, this court, you know, with the beam at the front, it does lend itself to an aggressive pace play because
1 love,
you know,
right side.
without
Yep.
absolute
1 love, right
accuracy,
side.
a lifting and you know moving the ball around can be risky. So if you've got that pace, this is a great court to use it on, and you've got 2 righty, you know, 2 forehands for Team Black.
Two love
And
left.
they like playing on this court too. They made the finals or the semis here last time. They've had good success on this court. And when I saw them after a little while the other day, I was just talking to them, and they said, "Well, we love this court."
Yeah.
There's something about the strength of the walls. And
But I mean, it's a beautiful court, right? It's a true Anderson court with the maple walls, and it's all wood, and it's a wonderful court. And it takes a true shot. And I think most people enjoy playing on this court. It just might not be suited to everyone's game.
And out 1-3.
well, Martino's going to really relish that shot because he's been on the receiving end of a bunch of those, and so it's nice that he gets to give one back.
Kyle loves
left.
to yell at himself for
Khalifa.
being slow, and it's rarely the case. It's just that when you start from that far back, it's just a long way up there.
Cameron is very smart about how he positions on the right-hand side of the court because it often looks like he's sort of hanging behind, but then when the crucial moment comes, he's actually got the position.
Yeah, he's definitely, over the last couple of seasons, really started to figure out where he wants to be and the kind of way that he wants to play. For a while, you know, he was occasionally getting caught with, just getting caught with, like, you know, just double shots, right, and not even getting a step to it because just didn't see it coming. And now, same with Caskelli, like, you just don't see that you know, you don't catch them with cheap winners anymore. So, well, I'm not sure if you know this, but you know, Cam Pili is married to Lena Hansen, who's also playing some professional doubles. They both played professional singles together, and currently, for the first time in their relationship, she's the higher-ranked player.
And out.
Oh, I did not know that. Of course, I know Lena well, and I've not met their son, but I have met their daughter. And they have 2 kids.
5-2.
And Lena and I, you know, she was great when she was playing on the singles tour, but I did not know that she now has a higher ranking. I love that, and hopefully that's a good
Proud moment for Miss
yes,
Hansen. Yeah.
Yeah, I had a long conversation with Cameron the other day, and he didn't mention that.
Oh, he didn't?
No, it didn't come up.
Shocking.
Lena, if you're listening, we've got to get Cameron to get comfortable with this.
It's been great to have her in the women's events, actually. You know, new face playing. She's, you know, getting really good and really enjoying it.
Thank you.
Great example of, you know, post-singles
6-2.
career, coming into the doubles tour and finding that
Right
competitive
side,
spirit
6-2.
again.
Well, she had a very good racket, so I would assume that she would translate well to doubles.
Danish fire.
Yep.
7-2 left.
Well, this is a little bit I want to just warn everybody, this is what happened in the first game. And it looked at 7-3, I think, and 9-4
Down.
like it was going to go away.
7-2.
And then all of a sudden, Khalifa and Martino really closed the gap and actually took the lead. So let's see if Caskelli and
Because right now this looks like a one-way train.
for sure. And it could be that they've gotten more confidence after winning the first game, but here we go. Let's see what happens.
One of the things I
7-3,
really like
Caskelli right.
about Pili Caskelli is that, you know, somebody hits a great shot and they're just kind of like, great shot, and they move on, and there's very, you know, it doesn't linger. The same mistake doesn't happen again. You know, the same bad ball that allowed that shot doesn't happen, but they just don't dwell on it. Bad decision, they don't dwell on it. They just kind of take each point as it comes. And I think, you know, some of that is, you know, the level that they played singles at, right? Like their mental game is more developed than a lot of players, and their ability to just move on is, you know, it's very much to their favor.
Well, and also each of them in their singles careers, that was sort of how they played.
Yeah.
Ryan was a little bit more fiery
8-3.
than Cameron, but Cameron for sure just always got on with it. And Cameron, you know, at his best had some wins over, you know, all the top guys.
Yeah. I used to love watching Cam play singles.
Yeah.
It's like, and Cusk too.
I thought it was good.
Let's see.
Down. All right, down.
That looked down to me.
9-3.
Your eyes are better than mine.
Right
I just
side.
can't tell on that angle.
I mean, obviously from here, I could be completely wrong. It's just, you know, our angle.
Yeah, just so everybody knows, we're watching on a monitor
Hand
that
out,
looks very
4-9.
much like the screen you all are watching on.
Yeah, so my opinion is irrelevant. This is why we don't have the, there are no appeals available. Despite Jeff Osborne's shouts yesterday for a video ref, that's not yet a technology that we have.
I did like, we could hear you trying to hold them to the 2-minute time limit between games. I was giving you a lot of credit for trying to get them to play. It's not a 4-minute break, gentlemen. It's a 2-minute break.
Hey, if you don't crack down
5-9.
quickly, it gets away from you. I gave them an extra 30 seconds for
Thank
getting
you,
up
sir.
and down the
5-9.
stairs.
I think that's maybe an extra 7 seconds. I don't know about 30, but okay. It is a long staircase. I'll grant you that.
Level, 5-9.
That's a lead on the backswing there. Just a little bit of center court tanglement. Going for the Philadelphia. Not quite, almost.
Working Sam pretty hard right now.
Yeah, it's mostly been going after Martino for this
Yeah.
match.
5-10. Right.
One of the things, again, like that I like about Cusk and Pili is that, you know, they're kind of, neither of them are afraid to take anybody on. And Cusk has shown that, you know, he's happy to take Marnik on down that left
6-10.
wall. You know, like it's
Yeah.
basically they're playing the shot that seems to be open for them rather than it being a very specific, like, it has to be the hit to the right or it has to be hit to the left. Great shot.
Nice shot.
All right, so this is similar to last game.
7-10.
It
It's-
is. I mean, it's shockingly similar. In the last game, Khalifa Martino actually took a lead after being down that far.
So I have a theory for you, Will, because I've seen with Cusk and Pili, I've seen this before. That adjustment to 15 from 11,
8-10.
it takes time because it is so far away. You know, you get to 10 or 11 and you think, oh, we've nearly got this game, 9-10.
Play led,
And you've
8-10.
still got, you could still have another 15 minutes of play happening. So they go a little walkabout when they get a big lead.
I actually really like your theory. You pointed out yesterday, I thought, was it yesterday or 2 days ago
9-10.
when we were commentating?
2 days ago, I think.
2 days ago. But you said a couple times during some of those matches, Will, this is a long way to go. There's going to be some ups and downs. And you were right. Every time you brought it up, you were right. You said it. I like that theory. I think that's a very good theory, particularly for two guys. You know, they're doubles players now, but their history is, I mean, they were super well known, super accomplished, international.
I mean, 20,
singles players.
25 years of the best singles in the world, right?
Yeah.
That doesn't disappear in 4 seasons of doubles.
Yes.
I think it was down. 10-0.
So from a one-way train to 10-0, and I would definitely put, like, you know, they've lost their length, they've lost their width, and let's see if they can pull that back now, because now, you know, the white team have got some confidence.
Well, in the first game, I thought maybe they had lost it, and then came up with a bunch of great shots.
Cam said, I've had enough of
Sorry,
this.
10. Yeah, 11-10.
Bosh.
Sorry, guys. 11-10.
That's a
Coming in.
great shot.
I think Kyle actually pointed at him like, well done. Uh-oh.
Do you know if they ever played the Commonwealth Games singles, softball
did.
doubles together?
They did, and they won it.
Oh, they did, yeah. So their team dynamic goes way back. Because I was about to say they haven't like given each other a little team talk to pull it together, but they might not need to at this point in their careers.
And Cameron, I believe, also played mixed and got a silver. I might be wrong on that.
He definitely played the mix and medaled. With Rachel Grinham,
Yeah,
possibly. Yeah,
that might be right. Yeah.
just outstanding squash resume from both of them. Good get there from Khalifa. One of the better rallies we've seen
This
this
is
game.
maybe the rally of the match,
Yeah.
I think, actually. You're a good luck charm, Susie.
Great finish there from Kyle.
What a finish. What an overnight. Look at this. Beautiful.
Good length, good width, opens the front of the
11
court
all,
up, took advantage of it.
right.
And decisively hit, too, from a good position. I mean, it's not an accident. That was a legit winner. 11 all. But, boy, I can't tell you how similar this game is to the first game. And right about here is where, all of a sudden, the last 4 out of the last 5 points went to Caskelli and Pilley. Let's see what happens here. It's a nice lob. Trouble. Wow.
How do you end up in that position? He's just told his partner to watch it off the back wall. He might want to take his own advice.
Oh, wow.
I think the 3-wall nick is one of my favorite shots in doubles.
12-11 left.
It's just, there's
Ryan,
few
12-11
things more
left.
satisfying.
Especially when it just rolls
Rolls,
out.
dead,
I mean,
dead.
that's the best feeling.
There's too many years playing with Narelle Kwizak who can do that at will.
She's always been really good with the racket.
I mean, her 3-wall is the best 3-wall in squash. It's absurd.
Jeepers.
Good hands there from Kyle.
Especially behind the back. It's unbelievable. I mean, give Kyle credit. He's been hanging in there and hanging in there. Oh, wow.
I think he got it.
Nice get.
He did, and he's back in position. Well played. Oh, that's a shame.
It's going to be a stroke.
Level.
Oh!
Level. 12-11 left.
Oh, wow. It's a rough lap.
Wow, I thought that was a stroke. Did you think it was a stroke?
It is a stroke.
12-11 left side.
I mean, Susie.
Refs had too many beers. I don't know. That's the squash fairies.
13-11 right.
So I guess we were right. Yeah. Now, you may not know this, but I was actually the head
3-1.
referee for this tournament for almost 6 years once upon a time, a long, long time
Poor
ago.
thing. Did you lose a bet? What
Yeah.
was the...
And there just weren't very many doubles referees,
Yeah.
and I was a pretty good referee.
12-13.
I knew
someone's got to do
doubles.
it, right? I've refed a lot of matches. It's not my favorite thing to do, but if you want good matches, good tournaments, you need competent refs, and
Larry Sconzo, who, you know Larry?
I know Larry well, the legend that is.
Larry, one of my absolute favorite people in squash, and I think the best U.S. referee maybe of all time because he had a sense of humor. He also, he was really, he made matches fun.
He did, he did.
And he was really, you know, he's always been a fan of mine. He was a mentor of mine both as a player and later as a referee. And he was really the man of this tournament, but we got to do some stuff together. All right, we're 14-12, and Cuskelly and Pili have indeed once again gotten to game ball.
I got 14-12 Cuskelly, but I don't think that's right. Sorry. Khalifa, 12-14. I think it's Khalifa, 12-14. Yep.
I mean, if Cuskelly and Pili win this game, I think the score sequence may have been so nearly identical to the first game, it's mind-boggling.
I need to go back and remember what their walkabout point is.
There it is. Wow. What a game. You know, the more I think about it, the more I'm really tuning into your theory about, you know, it's like they let them catch up. They're like, oh, no, this game's not over. We need to play it, and they reset, and then they actually do it, and they pull it through at the end there.
I think, you know, it's their intensity stays, just drops. They don't really change what they're doing. They take a slight step backward. The intensity drops. They're playing a good team. They'll take advantage of that. And then when it gets towards being, you know, the end of the match, they're like, oh, the intensity comes back up again.
They know how to raise it because they're so good at doing that. Yeah.
I think, you know, the longer they play on the tour, the more matches they play, I think we'll see less of that kind of mid-game slump that they have because they just get used to finding that point around, like, you know, 7 or 8 where you push on rather than drop off.
Well, at least they're doing it now, winning the game.
Yes. You know, if they were 2-love down having done that, they'd be very disappointed.
Exactly. Sure. I mean, I think the fact that they know how to sort of actually put it together in the end and then come through and take it is a big deal. Yeah. And they've been playing well. They just won the Oxbridge tournament in November, something like that, not that long ago. And so they also know how to win a tournament.
They do.
And
winning is something they're both very familiar with.
Yeah, they've done a bit of that.
They've done a little bit, yeah.
Yes, they have, both of them, and together too.
Yes.
So on big stages, because I don't know if all Americans really realize how big the Commonwealth Games are for Commonwealth countries, but it's really.
I mean, if you're a squash player in the Commonwealth countries, it's the pinnacle of your career.
Yeah.
I was never lucky enough to go. England was just too strong. I couldn't make that team, and that, you know, it's a miss. I really would have loved to do that, but, you know, it really is. It's a real achievement just to go, let alone to medal.
Yeah, and they've represented Australia a bunch of times, and both of them have won numerous medals.
Yeah.
Cameron's won it in singles and doubles. I think Cuskelly's won a singles medal as well. So, I mean, they're, again, on the highest stage, they know how to win. Yeah. So, is your prediction now that they're going to do something similar? You think it's 3-love?
I think it's a 3-love.
3-love.
Salmon, you know, Osama and Card, I just haven't seen anything that would imply that they understand how to get back into this match. I don't think that they won those points to pull back by playing better. I think it was that the team lost focus. So I think, you know, I just don't think that they will come out doing anything particularly differently or putting additional I might be wrong. We haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, well, I think it's been interesting because they were pounding Kyle for a while, and I have to say I thought Kyle's defense was very good, but it did wilt under, you know.
But this isn't football.
Assault from
defense
doesn't
win titles. It helps.
Unless your name is James Stout, and I guess he has some offense to go with that defense.
I mean, that's the danger. I mean, as much as we love his attacking lob.
He's maybe one of the most remarkable defenders that squash has ever seen. But
well, you have to remember with him, and I was thinking this a little bit with Kyle, is when you play rackets, when someone hits a ball hard at you on a squash court, it doesn't.
Yeah, you feel like slow motion.
It's like a basketball coming at you, right? So it doesn't, I'm always baffled by people that try and hit through James.
I know.
And he's 4 foot off the front wall, and he's like, oh goody.
He literally, there were 2 or 3 balls in that last match where he was no more. I mean, really somewhere between 5 and 8 feet from the front wall.
Yeah, his preferred
and they
spot.
pounded him, and he got it back. It's just like Rob, my co-announcer Rob Dinnerman, who was in your spot last match. He was just dumbfounded. He was just like, I just can't believe that shot. But you're right. It's the rackets, I think.
Right side.
Okay, well, we're underway in the 3rd game. And Caskelli and Pili have picked up and started off, and they've won the first point. Susie's prediction is that they are going to win this match 3-love. And I have to say, I think I agree with her. It's a good long point, Susie.
It is. I mean, showing a bit more patience, but let's see if they can figure out a game plan. It's always interesting to see if you can figure out what the game plan is, right? And the best teams tend to be the ones that have very clear plans. Like, you can see it, you can watch it play out. I can't tell you what White's game plan is.
Yeah, it's a good point. And it was clear what Black's game plan was.
Yeah.
They were going to pound it and particularly focus on Martino for long sections, occasionally go over to Khalifa, but really focus on Martino. And not so much that he can't defend, but Khalifa's shot making is the danger of the team.
Right. This is chaotic from the white team. Sam's just trying to do a little bit too much and getting out of position. They've recovered it, which is impressive.
Oh, and Ryan makes the error.
And out.
That's right. Was hitting that drop shot. I'm not entirely sure Pili even had his racket in his right hand. The casualness of Cameron sometimes is...
Second serve.
He's just so relaxed.
Good.
It's a great shot by Cameron. I like what you said a minute ago when you said in that chaotic point that you said Sam was maybe trying to do too much. And I think there's also that, right? If you are focusing on one player the way these guys have been focusing primarily on Kyle, then Sam gets impatient and he's looking to try to do something the few times he gets the ball. And I agree with you on that point. He was trying to do too much. But I think that's almost... It's a sub-part, but I think it is a part of the game plan of Pili and...
Absolutely. When you're picking on one person, it's usually the other side you're trying to open up because you want the better player to have to go and cover more court and pick up balls. Like you don't let them hit a ball, you make them have to go find a ball.
Yeah.
So once they start trying to find the ball, the whole left wall, in this instance, the whole left court opens up. And that's what happened. Then you've got Kyle coming into the back right. They nearly collided with each other, and nothing good is happening at that point for your team if that's what you're doing.
And what's interesting is, as you said, we can see that happening with the black team. But again, what is the white team strategy? Other than to defend,
right?
Or try to
hang
survive.
in there and hope for the best, which is not a recommended game.
And now 3-5.
Yeah, they've got a couple of points back here. That was a nice drop from Sam. But you know, what is the plan to open the court up to allow Sam to do that again?
I mean, the skills of both Sam and Kyle are very high, but they're playing a very experienced team, so look, maybe we shouldn't be too hard on them. But that's a great shot. But see, there, not much of an opening, and Cameron sees it, senses it,
3-6,
and does
Khalifa
something with it.
I mean, that's just a really good shot.
It's a great shot.
Khalifa, 3-6.
Off
The more,
of really
the more
not much opening.
backhands I see Cameron play on the doubles court. I mean, obviously, you know, when you're a single,
And now
Yeah, what are you going to
7-3.
say about his forehand?
you know, you can obviously play both sides of the court. I think he could, you know, I wouldn't be surprised to see him if he, you know, if Cusbelli wasn't available and somebody
Level,
needed a left
7-3.
baller, I wouldn't be surprised to see Cam over there.
I guess I could see it, but his forehand is,
Oh, it's phenomenal.
I mean, it was one of the all-time great forehands.
Great gap.
Oh, wow. Ball still alive. Nope.
Chaos.
Glad he's okay, because that could have been,
I know.
that
I
looked,
didn't want to see anyone's head too close to the sidewall.
that's
8-3.
exactly what I was thinking. Head to the side wall.
8-3.
Oh, yeah. that
But
was
no,
lucky.
he knew where he was.
I think
He actually
did,
had
yeah.
very good
I
awareness.
think he knew exactly where that sidewall was. Probably not the first time he's done that.
I was just thinking, wow, such great court sets. You're like, probably not the first time he's done that.
I mean, he's so athletic, and he's 12. He throws himself
Okay, you're
around
trying
like
to get out of it
Cuskelly's
now.
on the
I
left.
hear you.
8-4.
8-4. All right, so let's test my theory.
Yeah,
So if they win the next if the black team wins the next couple of points, let's then see what happens.
they're not going to let up until 9 or 10
Yeah.
for sure. So here they're still focused. Everything's good.
Generous from Sam.
Oh, wow, what a shot.
Such a nice shot.
That's not a shot I see Cameron hit. I mean,
Right
Ryan
side,
hit very often.
9-4.
Love it.
Cuskelly, right side, 9-4.
That's a beauty.
Well, I feel like Victor Berg used to
9-4.
hit shots like that. You know, just
Victor
sharp pull up
Berg.
on the racket.
Level, 9-4.
Cameron
9-4.
wanted he wanted to tee off
I'm
on
not
that
sure
one
what
so
Kyle was
badly.
doing there. Dreadful cross court.
Cheapers, that's a great shot. I mean,
10-4 left.
Well, at no point.
I'm saying
I got you
he's
on
a
the left,
really good
10-4.
right wall player.
It's a great shot. My frustration is that
Yeah.
at no point did the black
10-4.
team have to go anywhere near the back wall,
Right.
right?
No, you're right.
There's a lot of people who can slap a ball into that nick when they've had to do absolutely nothing other than wait for it to come to their racket. But it was a fantastic finish.
Hand out, 5-10.
All right, so here's the point where we either go walkabout or we close out the match, right?
The thing is that going walkabout isn't totally obvious either, right? As you said,
I would
it's
say
a very incremental difference.
It is. But like that shot's actually a good example of the incremental difference.
again.
Like he went in, he tried to be a bit clever,
Yeah.
and so they lost the point.
Let me just
No, I'm in violent agreement with you.
It's gone. Yeah, it's not through. It's good. It's not broken. 6-10.
I hate that when it's basically broken, but it's not. So you have to play with a bad ball.
So you have to
6-10.
play with it now,
Yeah.
because it used to be that
I
if it was
think
broken halfway through.
if everyone's in agreement, you can change it. But I think. But I mean, these guys, they change the ball regardless after 3 games. So. Yeah, I'm not sure, but I thought it was if it's broken but not through, if everyone's in agreement. But maybe I'm wrong at the. Maybe
I
that's
need to look
just
that up.
a
'cause
club rule.
I know what it used to be, which was that if it was broken all the way through, it obviously gets replaced and you play a lead on the last point. If it's broken, but not all the way through, you usually replace the ball then, but you don't replay the last point.
Oh, interesting.
So that's what it used to be, but
It didn't look great
and it
to
was
me,
at the
but they thought it was up.
referee's call, not the
7-10.
player's call. But I'm dating myself because I don't know how long ago that.
7-10,
I don't
right
know
side.
whether that
Right
rule has
side,
changed.
7-10.
And it's been that long since I have actually been the referee for this tournament, but I do know that rule well from the old days.
7-10.
I don't know whether it's changed or not. But I think you're right, because when in this tournament, a number of times they say it's broken but not all the way through, and they throw it back.
Yeah.
So they're clear.
I mean, I know that no refs, the centre ref does not end the ball when it looks at it and
7-10
says,
level.
yeah, I'll just replace it. Great gap, good lift. Hard to hit a lob that good on this court, but he did it. Oof.
Thank you.
Well, that's a big point for Caskelli and Pillay, just to prevent them from going completely
Khalifa
walkabout
left,
like they did
7-11.
last game.
I like the term walkabout. There's a chain of bars in England that are Australian themed called the Walkabout. It seems appropriate.
No, it's definitely, as far as Americans are concerned, it's a hugely Australian expression.
Yeah, now you've mentioned Cameron's positioning, I'm really watching it. It's interesting. It's very different.
It's very different. That's why it popped out to me.
Yeah.
But he rarely seems to get caught. That's the interesting thing, because it seems like he's behind a lot.
I will say,
8-11.
if I'm the white team, that's probably what what would be my game plan, is to expose that, how far back he and sideways he is with his positioning. Because he's still got a little bit of an inclination to get to the tee as well.
Yes.
That's a great shot. That's so smart.
And now 2-8, 12-8.
Well, it looks like they may be closer to closing out the third game.
Maybe it's
Second
easier to
serve,
stay
12-8.
focused when the end's in sight.
Oh! But that's why you hit it over there, isn't
Yeah.
it? You always go after that player, just hoping they can't get out of their own
13-8.
way or the ball's
I think
way.
you're on the left. 13-8.
13-8. Susie, I
Yeah.
think they prevented the
3-8.
walkabout this game.
I think so too. I think they're everybody thinking it's Friday night. It's been a great show. It's been a long week. Let's get out of here.
Right side. 13-9.
Oh, what a shot. The only thing
14-9.
that better would have been
Fiskelli.
if that had been match ball.
Yep, left side.
Because that would have been a really cool way to end
let's
it.
see, let's see what they've got. in
All
store
right,
for
all
match
right.
ball.
They have something else planned? Is that
But I
what you're
will
saying?
say the black team seems to be the first team so far this tournament that have really got the weight of the ball, and I haven't seen them hit that beam. So they're hitting shots like that, they're hitting the Philly and the lob, and it's into the back of the court, it's got the drop, it's got the hang time. Like, they've figured out the weight of this court.
Well, they said they really like this court, and it's pretty clear. That's a really very nice win by Fiskelli and Pili, and putting them into really good position. Now, they are on the bottom half of the draw, so that means they are playing Stout and Bamber tomorrow?
No, they play Clinton, Liu, and Jamie Haycox, I believe.
No. No, we should look at the draw. I don't think that's right.
They play James Bamber and Stout.
They
Okay.
play Bamber and Stout, I'm pretty sure. Because Clinton, Leo, and they're playing Manic and Chris.
Okay.
So we've got two semifinals tomorrow. They are much later in the evening, or later than where we started today. They are at 5 and 6 tomorrow night. If the first one lasts only an hour, 5 and 6. And then the finals are in the afternoon on Sunday.
2 p.m. Sunday.
2 p.m. Sunday. So we've got some very exciting matches to watch. I will tell you that having watched today, I think the number 1 and number 2 seeds are playing at a level slightly above everybody else.
Agree.
I think that Cameron and Ryan played very well there. They would be at the next level, and then we'll have to see how Clinton and Jamie actually stack up. They've had 2 long matches in a row. And so I'm a little bit worried about their legs, but we'll see.
I mean, Clinton's in phenomenal shape at the moment.
Yeah.
You know, he's been playing consistently well, consistently strong. His movement is like he's really, I don't know what he did over the summer, but he came into this season flying. So.
Well, and his shot making has been the
my
best of
God.
anybody in the tournament so far.
Outrageous.
I mean, I literally think he is
I think
the
he had
best
his
shot
eyes
maker.
closed on some of them.
It's
It was-
unbelievable. There was one he hit behind his head, reverse, and it was. I mean,
that's when you know that someone's confidence is just through the roof.
It's through the
right?
roof.
Yep.
So, I mean, when you have a shot maker like that, who knows? But I do think the number 1 and 2 seeds looked very sharp, very, very sharp today. And Susie, thank you for being here.
You're welcome.
And
I'll be with you again for the semis tomorrow.
Looking forward to it. Okay. Well, this is Will Carlin signing off for Susie Pierpont. We will see you tomorrow. Thank you, everybody. Good night.